After the fact.
Well, I mean, I just know, knowing my luck, that's like John Wick 4 will come out on Peacock streaming, so I'll be able to see it then. Knowing my luck, D&D will come out on HBO Max, and that's the one streaming service I don't have. So then it'd be SOL.
Now you can get it on any streaming platform service, but you got to sign a document saying, anything you can create or have created or will create in the future officially belongs to Wizards of the Coast and Bayer Evil Incorporated.
Insert bear roar. That honestly is... It was not my favorite reoccurring reference for a little bit, but it has grown on me.
I'm sorry, but I was just thinking about, like, today earlier, cracking up about the complete and total character assassination of Pat Sajak. God damn, bro.
Oh, yeah. Man, that one... God, that was in so many episodes early on.
Oh, I still laugh about that shit. I can't help it.
He brought it up the other day for the first time in a very long time, and I was so happy that he didn't completely forget about it.
All right. Logos, you're in the room. You ready to roll then?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just getting everything set up, so I'm my end.
All right, fellas. Guess we'll get to this recap. So, last session began with the party upon the Dawn Treader, surrounded by tens of thousands of Sturge. An entity, later discovered to be the emissary of the Kraken, parleyed with the party, Renwick in particular, demanding tribute for his master, and apparently unsatisfied with Renwick's family heirloom and magic weapon, took his leave of the party and the Sturge with him, leaving the party 10 days to provide now double the tribute. The party then made haste to Northside Tuscargo, a small farming and fishing community, as well as a port, and Renwick's hometown. After a shady interaction with the dockmaster and taking in the scene, the party made their way to Renwick's family tavern and home, the Crooked Cock. Much to his dismay, the tavern was in a severe state of disarray, and its only patron, a very brutalized Arthur Shunpike, Renwick's father's first mate and right-hand man. Through Arthur, much was learned. Renwick's father never returned from said trip, and that he left in the first place to negotiate Renwick's safety, and while unsuccessful, he did discover he was the first to discover that the people from the Graying in the beginning arrived to Borsland via slave vessel. And he also reveals that the shadow specialists showed up to the bar and brutally maimed Arthur, and may or may not have kidnapped Renwick's mother for inquiring too loudly about the Dawn Treader's whereabouts. So, after some standard bar repairs, some of the party ventured to the various markets, and after acquiring a few things for the Dawn Treader, the dockmaster approaches Gladir and hands him a parcel for his captain. And on the way back, Gladir takes a peek, and this is where we are now. The party then reunites within the freshly spit-shined Crooked Cock. And, you guys are all just reconvening, and it is probably late afternoon on your first day here.
You did forget to mention that Locris ended up being a fishing master caster. Gladiator is the master reeler, and Logos is the master baiter. We gotta make sure that gets involved.
Okay. I'll edit my notes.
Yeah, you just turn around and Logos is just fiercely beating his dick behind him.
Hey, we're talking fishing here.
Oh, I thought you meant a different kind of masturbator. My bad.
I'll turn to Arthur and apologize for Logus and tell him that he's young and
No, fuck
strange
that.
and he grew up in a
That's not
forest.
canon. That's a joke.
I'm gonna start writing a song about it.
Okay. Sorry, I had to laugh off mic for a minute. So as you guys kind of reconvene at the tavern, it is it is not the most well stocked at the moment, but Arthur does seem to be quite capable for someone who's missing an arm. Pretty not only capable but agile, pouring a quick drink, and caring for the place. You could tell from what you previously known about Arthur that he's got like a renewed sense of vigor, having Renwick and the Dawn Treader kind of come back into his life. So.
Oh, I guess Renwick would, or not Renwick, Glader. Glader would walk up to Renwick. Um, hey, we were out trying to get some supplies and stuff for the ship, and we ran across the dockmaster again. He wanted me to give you this parcel. Yeah, so it seems a little ominous, but maybe you should read it. And he just handed it over to Renwick.
Insight check. I'm just kidding. I trust you. I'll take the parcel.
Fuck! How does he find my big bad evil guy every time?
It's been him all along.
Wow.
He's been possessed by the queen. Yeah, I'll Renwick will take the parcel and cozy up at a table and open it up.
So within the parcel is a single folded letter, and as you open it, you notice a familiar kind of waving, watery text kind of dances across the parchment. And it reads, "Dear Specialist, congratulations on exiting Hordenshire. Most impressive. Due to a foul weather event, we have lost a vessel and need it replaced with the utmost of urgency. You are to head to Hero's Perch. The clergy of the Great Temple have arranged an important message to be sent via private courier. We have thus arranged it to be you. You are under no circumstances to deliver said message. Take it and discreetly destroy it. Pay for this will be double the standard. Stand by at another port for further instruction." And beneath that, shortly after the letter ends, another section is written. "We, the crew of blank, have received this correspondence and understand and accept this mission."
Well, I mean, that's a catch-22 if I've ever heard of one. Either we do the job and not deliver it, which probably be bad. We deliver it and get a bounty placed on us, or we don't take the job and get a bounty placed on us.
Yeah, it's a quite the pickle we're in.
Now, am I understanding the job correctly? There's a message that's being delivered and we're to intercept and destroy it? Or am I misunderstanding that?
Nope, pretty much spot on the money. You are
Interesting.
kind of under the guise of a courier. It says that they're planning on delivering an important message and via private courier, and this has been arranged to be you, the crew of the Dawn Treader.
Well, boys, I don't know how I feel about this. I'll turn to Arthur and I'll ask him if he knows anything about this, since he was a sailor on my dad's crew and probably would have at least, heard word of these same people.
I know of the shadow specialists, but I didn't never work for them, so I imagine this may be some sort of a official correspondence or whatnot. Take the mission, you sign your name your ship on the dotted line there, and there you go. Acceptance.
Do you know who the enemies of these specialists would be? Like if we're to destroy a message or a courier, that's, I mean, that the specialists are clearly gunning for. Like who do we stand to piss off? Because quite frankly, I'm not really looking not looking to become an enemy of the state again.
Well, they have about as many enemies as they do friends. For every honest guard that would put down a fell pirate, there's a crooked one who will take a bribe and look the other way. It's hard to say who is and who isn't their allies or even enemies, or who their membership even is. They're pretty effective at being secretive and swapping crews here and there when need be. They're called shadow specialists for a reason. They're kind of hard to pin down. Could be anyone.
Well, I think it goes without saying, but helping these shadow specialists probably isn't the best idea. I mean, they did assist in enslaving, my country, but there might be a way that we can be a double agent of sorts. An enemy of the shadow specialist probably isn't a terrible person, so maybe there's some way we can convince the shadow specialist that we didn't deliver the message, but actually still deliver it. Let who's ever receiving the message know that they need to somehow make it appear that they still got the information in another way. We get paid, shadow specialist takes a hit.
I guess the only question is, do we want them to know that the Dawn Treader's active again? I mean, they know that we're out at sea, but I mean, I guess they found us pretty quickly. So if we don't take this job, I'm sure we'll be hearing from them. It's probably more suspicious if we don't take it. I think you're right. There's probably a way around this where, depending on the contents of that parcel, we might be able to leverage some benefit for ourselves and also fly under the radar and just pretend we're the normal crew. Maybe not raise any eyebrows with the specialists. What do you boys say? As he looks over at the rest of the group.
Well, in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, I guess we really don't have much choice but to find out what's going on before we make a full decision.
Captain, don't we have bigger fish to fry with? Is Kraken on our tails. I mean, if we go back to the ocean, we might as well be sitting ducks.
Well, if that entity truly was the Kraken, or God forbid something that's controlling it, then being on land is not going to make a difference. It's going to come for me one way or another. So the way I see it is, I'm going to keep living my life. I'm not going to let it ground me. And well, we know it's coming, so at least we have a time frame. We know when to expect it. We don't know what to expect, but in the meantime, I'm not just going to sit here and wait for it to find me.
Is Hero's Perch on the same island that we're currently on, or would we have to travel on boats to get to it?
So as far as the map goes, you guys are currently at location 5. Location 5 and 6 are small towns that act as like a port to location 1, which is the large like inner city area. Hero's Perch is location 8. So you have a good bit of sailing to do to make it to Hero's Perch.
Oh, the shitballs. Yeah, we
About
can't.
how many days of sailing are we talking here?
Okay, so from north side to Scargo, which is location 5, you can travel approximately, if you're willing to stay at the helm for 24 hours like you kind of have been doing, you can travel 4 squares on this map in a day. So it is, you could potentially get to Hero's Perch in a day and a half if you left from south side to Scargo, which is a small town on the other side of the island.
Well, boys,
But
in
that wouldn't
theory,
be that would be like you chartering a ship. You know, the Dawn Treader is in Northside.
So let me see. It would take us. It would take us like almost almost 7 days to get to sail there from where we are right now. It's like roughly like 27 squares.
Yep, about a week.
At the least 5 if we went around the north side, hugging close to the shore. But still, I mean,
It's more time than we got.
yeah, 5 days or 7 days. It's splitting hairs at that point.
yeah, I mean, Sean, the countdown right now is currently at 5 days, correct? Remaining.
Correct. You're pretty much right at the 50% mark. You're about halfway through the 5th day. So you've got 5 days until the emissary comes, or maybe his master. You're not sure.
Well,
Oh, boys. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say something out of character. So if you're gonna repeat that, you can go ahead.
I was just going to say, this voyage will probably take us anywhere from 5 to 7 days. And according to that emissary, I've got about 5 days left. And when the shit hits the fan, I don't want to be in open water necessarily, or at least if we can avoid it. But I mean, we could always try to push for making our way at least a portion of the journey, stop off on the 4th day, and maybe see if we can't deal with this thing on the coastline with the sand beneath our feet. Maybe it'll come up out of the water and whatever it wants, we can figure it out then, as opposed to being out in the open water when it decides to, well, come find me and take whatever it deems worthy of a sacrifice. And thought of that terrifies me, so I'm trying not to think about it.
Well, what if we traveled inland, stayed on land? We just cut straight across the island to the southern port and charter a ship across. I'm sure there's ferries that go back and forth between Hero's Perch and southern port all the time.
Well, something tells me that this contract that they've sent us is tied to the Dawn Treader. So I'm not sure how it's going to react if we're doing that bidding under a different ship. I mean, these ledgers, they show when the ships are active, so... And they knew exactly where to find us. I'd imagine if the Dawn Treader stays docked here, it's going to raise some eyebrows.
Sean wants us to fight a fucking kraken.
Well, to be fair, they knew where we were because the dockmaster seems to be working with them. Therefore, he saw the Dawn Treader, probably told them somehow. I don't think necessarily they knew outside
But
of that.
that's the thing. If we charter a boat, we leave the Dawn Treader here, they're going to know it's parked here. So at this point, like, if we're taking this contract, it makes more sense to take the Dawn Treader and just try to push north and then hopefully pull off on some land when we get closer to this deadline.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's not a bad idea. Sorry, Locust, were you gonna say something?
Did you ever touch the emissary guy?
No, I did not touch him. I placed my sword in his hands, and that was it.
Can I take a look at Renwick and his sword to see if like any kind of marking was left after the emissary touched it?
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
$18 total.
With an 18, you kind of look him over, and I mean, he looks normal to you, and there's no visible markings. Renwick looks to be all right, and his family rapier, it's a magical weapon. It looks to be of fine make, and quite obviously enchanted.
Well, I mean, I don't see any markings on you that they could use to track you. I mean, they'll probably know where you are one way or another.
Well, I do kind of like Renwick's idea, and like Locust Renwick's idea. Why don't we head north on the Dawn Treader and circle around the island? Once on the fourth day, we can, anchor the ship, go up on the beach, and wait for that fifth day to roll around, see what happens. At least then we're on solid land. Then, depending on what happens, we move further south to Hero's Perch. I don't know about you guys, but I would much rather be on solid land whenever we, run into this emissary again. I have very heavy armor, and I will probably sink if I go in the water.
I've been meaning to bring that up. It's probably in your best interest to switch to that set of medium armor that you had originally before you put back on your family crest. At least then you're a little less prone to sinking.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. On that point, Sean, like as a technical question, would it make it harder for me to swim if I did end up in the water if I'm wearing like half plate heavy armor?
I don't think half plate incurs a swimming penalty. It will usually say in the armor, like it gives you like disadvantage on stealth and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I do believe like heavier armors do. I'm not sure, but I think full plate maybe is one of the ones that if you're in a straight up suit of full plate, you do get some kind of penalty. I think.
Yeah, actually, I've got it mixed up. Half plate is medium armor, so I'm not even wearing heavy armor.
Yeah, it's usually
Aren't
just heavy
dragons
armor.
like crocodiles?
What was that?
Aren't dragons like crocodiles and you could just use your tail to swim forward?
I don't have a tail.
Well, what kind of dragon are you?
And Lucas's mind is blown right now. I thought this whole time you had your head a tail.
You know, boys, we went over this a few weeks ago. He's very sensitive about it, but I thought he had a tail too. I just thought he kept it tucked in his pants or something.
I'm not excited to see you. That's just my tail.
Well, I would imagine it would have been up the back of your legs, so I just kind of assumed that maybe you filled your pants or something.
Big dragon dookie.
What was that, Blade?
I just said a big old dragon dookie.
It does explain the smell.
What the?
I've been meaning to tell you, you should probably wash your armor. Given the fact that, we were in the desert for so long. So that's a lot of sweat to accumulate.
Do dragonborns have sweat glands? Okay, we're diving too much into semantics.
You're right, boys. Let's, what are we doing?
You have to pant during battles or it's disadvantage.
Like a dog.
Well, shall we take a vote? And as always, none of you are expected to get on a boat with me, given that I am marked for something. Because I'm going to put anybody that's nearby in danger. But that being said, your company is appreciated, and I'd rather not go through this alone. But I say that we try to push toward Hero's Perch, stop off where we can on our 4th day. We'll plot a course so that we're nearby land on the 3rd or 4th day, just to be safe. That way we don't get lost out in open sea. And, we'll just take everything as it comes. Unless anybody has any other plan they'd like to throw out for the vote.
Well, the only thing is that we still don't even know what this thing wants. So if it comes for us on the 5th day and we're left empty-handed, I don't know about you boys, but fighting a Kraken is a little out of our league right now.
Well, we do have 5 days to, brainstorm on ideas on what this thing could want. It obviously doesn't want material objects because Renwick even gave it, his finely crafted sword that has great sentimental value, and all of a sudden he now owes him double. So, we have time to brainstorm, but I do think we should, at the very least, get, making our way that way towards Hero's Perch.
We could always see if we could get a couple extra crew members to help us with the rigging and everything to make sure that we don't fuck this up again, because I don't think Ariel's getting back on a ship with us, and she saved our asses on that last journey. Might be nice to have some people that know the water a little bit better.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea either. I do think that will that'll help us.
Arthur, you'd probably know some people around here. Would you know any sailors, 1 or 2, that could join us on a voyage to Hero's Perch? We'd pay fairly handsomely.
Yes, he kind of gives you a 1,000-yard stare. I known a lot of sailors in my time, but, not many of them are as trustworthy as the crew I was on prior. Unfortunately, if you got the gold and you don't mind keeping an eye open at night, one deckhand as good as any. Depends on, any of the good pirates, let me tell you, are already found themselves employed. Anybody you're going to stick up around these parts, keep one eye open.
Well, boys, we could hire somebody that's untrustworthy, or we could see if Blade here could talk Ariel into it. She did mention that she would consider our offer to stay on as a crew member. Maybe on our way out of town here, he could work his magic.
Oh, I definitely Could try, but it seemed like she might be interested in joining us after we've gotten out of Uda's particular predicament.
Isn't she in the town that's on the south of the island? And then we traveled up north after dropping her off.
Oh, you're right.
No,
We
no,
did.
no, no,
For
no.
some-
You guys arrived in Tuscargo, Northside Tuscargo proper. There was talk of it, but you kind of got lost. And then when you had found course, you had you had made your way past Green Hill, which would be location 10 on the map, and then landed square in Northside Tuscargo, where she took her leave of you guys. Though you're not quite sure where she went, but you definitely dropped her off at the port you guys are in now.
Well, what if half the party that Ariel, doesn't hate, goes to try and talk to her? The other half we can head towards maybe like the Fisherman's Guild or the Merchants Guild and see if maybe someone hanging out there might want to take a job, even if they're working on another ship. They might be able to, just for this one job, they might want the extra money.
I think you're pretty generous with the word half.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much just two out of the five of us. Blade and Renwick, I think she doesn't mind, but the rest of us.
Well, boys, we're burning daylight here, and quite frankly, like the sand is falling through the hourglass. It's not stopping, so we best get moving. If we're gonna take that route, why don't Blade and I? We'll see if we can't find Ariel and talk to her. The rest of you guys swing by the guild, see if you can't find one or two trustworthy sailors, and we'll meet back at the ship, get out on the water as soon as we can.
Sounds like a plan to me.
As you guys are having this conversation, another one of the people you know to be suffering from this disease called the graying stumbles into the bar. Kind of plump, a gray, hairless type of a humanoid. You're not sure what race it was once, but it wanders in and looks around very confused. Oh, okay. And as Arthur kind of comes around the bar, picks up a broom and goes to thwack it, before Arthur reaches it to send it out the door, it kind of flinches and says, "You got water? Could I get water?" And it kind of freezes Arthur in his tracks for a moment. He goes, mid swing, he kind of stops the broom. Get out! Look, you can't stay in here, but I'm not gonna refuse any living thing some water. But you take it and you leave, yeah? Just kind of a glazed over stare. Yeah, okay. Arthur kind of provides, from behind the bar, a clay jug full of water, and slides it to this person across the bar floor, and he kind of slowly picks it up. Okay. He says, "Now get out, go, leave." Okay. And he turns and kind of makes his way towards the door, and he said, he helped us. Hey, he helped us. He starts calling out to his friends out the door, and holding this water jug above his head. Hey, he helped us. Hey. And he just kind of wanders down the street as you guys hear him echo as he keeps talking.
Oh, sorry.
Arthur, I think you might have made a new friend, but something tells me that that's not necessarily the type of friend that you want to have. It might be a bit concerning if they know that you're kind to them. We don't know how this spreads, and a lot of them start coming around here. That makes me pretty fearful for you.
What, you would let him not have any clean water to drink? No, not many are nice to these folk. I don't want him around, but I don't necessarily want him to die or suffer.
Well, I don't want that either. The thing that I'm more worried about is if you're kind to him and he's telling the lot of them. I mean, you don't look like you can necessarily fight him off and keep him out of here. I worry about you getting overrun.
As you kind of say that, a low rumble from outside you hear slowly approaching your family tavern, and it is like a chorus, an echo of a low, it starts as a low rumble, but slowly becomes, more and more coherent, and it is like a throng of people kind of chanting in unison. He helps us. He helped us. He helps us. He helps us. And slowly but surely, you guys notice that there is a large throng of these people suffering from the graying, heading towards this tavern from down the road. You don't have long before you're surrounded by potentially at least 100 strong.
I can imagine while all of this is going on, the party discussing the next steps and the graying kind of approaching, not even hearing it really, but Blade just kind of slamming his hands down on the table and just goes and raises his hands up and goes, Archimedes. His name's Archimedes. Like he's kind of got the crab right in front of him, and he's just looking at everyone can you believe this?
Archimedes is pleased with his name and snaps and does a little happy dance as he chitters on the bar.
Renwick kind of shakes his head a little bit and looks over and he's like, God, that's okay. Bigger fish to fry right now. Very cool name though. And then immediately starts are there shutters on the windows or anything?
The windows have just freshly kind of been repaired thanks to a couple members of your party and the mending spell. Most of the party spent time last session refurbishing the crooked cock.
If I have a way that I could I guess close the shutters or bar the windows in any way, it's just well, look boys, I don't think we want that lot in here, so we should probably barricade the place and see if we can't spook them. Get him out of here. Any ideas? And he's just going to start trying to secure the building a little bit.
Well, if we have to deal with them up close, I think I maybe should take part in that. Hor might be helping Miraneth a little now, but his divine power still makes it a lot harder for me to catch diseases than it does for the normal person. So I can definitely take point if we need to actually physically try and move some of these guys out of here.
Or next time they come in, I could just give them a little bit of heat, and I'll do the produce flame cantrip, and I have a flaming ball in my hand. I could set one of them on fire to send a message.
Well, now you're talking about killing innocents, and I don't think anybody wants that. Although you've been a little weird lately, so
Oh, it won't kill them. It'll probably maybe catch them on fire a little, but I don't think it'll kill them.
Did you see how dopey that guy was? Do you really think that he's going to know to stop, drop, and roll? If you light him up, he's going to light the rest of them up, and then you're going to have an entire fucking fire, a forest fire of grays on your conscience. I don't think we need to light any fires. You should probably put that out. But wouldn't hurt to bar the doors and maybe throw the closed sign up, see if they don't make their way out of here. Maybe we could convince them it was a different building.
Blade will chime in and be like, well, they're not the smartest, it seems. Perhaps we could barricade the doors and maybe one of us, maybe moi, could maybe distract them or point them in a new direction.
Is there a balcony maybe on the second floor by chance, Sean?
We'll say from your window, your not your room, but your parents' room. They would have like a little overlook, at least a for a small garden,
Perfect. Blade, there's an overlook up top. Why don't you see if you can distract them, maybe turn them away, convince them it was a different building, or that their friend was lying. I don't know, something to steer them away from the building. We'll secure the downstairs.
Blade will nod and make his way upstairs.
While they're doing all that, Locris will look out the door and use prestidigitation to cast just sparks right in front of their face to try and get them to stop, and have kind of a bad egg smell just kind of waft from the building. See if it'll detract them.
Okay, go ahead and give me. We'll say we'll call it an intimidation check.
$19.
As you kind of set off a few sparks in front of a few, they definitely kind of look to scatter a little bit. Fire bad, fire bad, and they kind of like just move in a. They give you a wide girth anywhere you start launching sparks.
Does it look like they're just going around and still making their way towards the door, or?
Yeah, they kind of they disperse, but it does look like the crooked cock is slowly being surrounded.
Is the balcony is that facing like the main entrance?
Yeah, it's on the same it's on the same wall as the main entrance, but a story up. So and it's it's not quite a balcony proper. It's it's almost like a half step, just a place to place like an excess window seal, a place for putting plants and things. There's a small garden out there, but it is essentially outside, like a large open window type of view.
So I can imagine Blade making his way up there and getting to the to this window or kind of balcony area, and just kind of going up and being like, "There he goes, Arthur. Arthur, he goes with your precious water," and he points out kind of almost like in the opposite direction of the building, using mage hand to kind of make it obvious, kind of like a big hand kind of forming to point in a different direction.
Okay, go ahead and give me a deception check.
$25.
As you kind of look over this small gathering crowd, they all gawk up at you, slack jaw, mouth open, most of them. And as you kind of give them some direction, it takes them a bit to register, but eventually, kind of slowly building chorus of okay, slowly builds through this crowd, and several okay, yeah, okay, and you have deterred a small crowd for now, as the once approaching crowd seems to be slowly dispersing in an opposite direction.
Blade will, at that point, kind of storm back down and relay the information onto Renwick and just be like, "Well, managed to distract him for a little bit, but I don't think we have much longer."
Well, it's not really safe to stay here, and something tells me business isn't going to be great. And we're on a bit of a time crunch. I've got a bit of a crazy idea. It's probably not the best one. And, well, Arthur, you might not like it, but I think I'm going to have to suggest that you come with us. You know these waters better. It'll be easier to travel with you. We can do the hard lifting. you can help navigate, and we can just lock up the tavern. And honestly, I can't in good conscience leave you here with those things, because if we're not around when they come back, you're going to get overwhelmed, and God only knows what will happen. This way, Ariel stays safe. We don't have to go looking for her. We don't have to hire any shady figures. And quite frankly, I've sailed with this man plenty of times, and I trust him with my life.
What if they come back, Wick?
If they come back, they're going to tear apart this place either way. And it's not going to make a
Not the
difference
gray
whether or not.
bastards, Wick. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh. Well, that's the thing. We don't know if they're coming back. I mean, we can leave a note, but right now, I mean, the last we heard of my daddy's in Heroes Perch, and that's where we're heading. We don't know where my mom's at, and we don't have any leads. And how exactly do you plan to defend yourself against those things once we're gone? Something tells me that broom's not going to do you very, very much good, especially with one arm.
Well, I owe your family a lot there, little Wick. So, if you would have me on your honor you with my presence on the Dawn Shredder, we might could show you a thing or two about sailing. Now, I don't suppose you'd be hiring for first mate, hmm?
Well, we can have that discussion once we're aboard, but I do assure you that we pay handsomely, and it comes with a bit of health insurance, life insurance, 401k matching. You know, we're a very progressive sailing company.
Well, all right then. If you need me, I'll be there for you. We'll pack up some of my things and we'll get on down to the Dawn Treader, I suppose. When are we setting sail, Captain?
As soon as we can get the ship loaded up and secured. We're on a bit of a time crunch here. So the less time we waste, the better.
He kind of gives you a salute, clicks his boots together, and then makes a quick departure up the stairs towards the room he has been staying in, and kind of begins preparing some of his things to move out.
If one of you boys could give me a hand just securing the building, I'd like to do my best to not have it entirely torn down by the time we come back. And I've got to leave a couple notes, just hoping in case somebody comes back.
Are there still some of like the graying folk wandering around like outside the tavern? Can be.
They're not particularly interested in the tavern anymore, but I mean, as you kind of wander around North Side Tuscargo in general, it's almost like they have replaced like bums and things. Like there's there's always a gray or two standing around zoning out on the street corners here and there. There's several dozen people that you could easily spot around town, just kind of doing their own thing, not really there mentally.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, I guess I'll help Renwick lock up the shutters and any front or back doors and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd like to flip the tables over and use them to barricade as much as we can. Just since we're leaving the building unattended, it's his family's place. He's not gonna just walk out and let it go to ruin. So if we could take a short moment and flip the tables and kind of secure the doors, the windows, and then he'll leave a note somewhere, I guess, that he thinks his mom would find it, maybe in a spot where she'd normally keep things in case she does make it back. Just basically saying heading to Heroes Perch, seeking word about your whereabouts, hope to find you, and then just leave an R for the signature.
Okay, yeah, for sure. As you guys kind of make the, secure the bar and whatnot, make sure you close the window shutters, and not only did you guys repair the door, but also the bolt locking mechanism on it. You guys just kind of secure everything, and Renwick with a key that I don't know if it's in your inventory yet, but if it's not, it should be a key to the Crooked Cock Tavern, as you kind of lock the door behind you as your party, Arthur, Shunpike, and Toe, leave the tavern. Where do you guys go from here?
I guess we'll head down to the ship, get it loaded up, and start working with Arthur to chart a course, and basically try to head up toward Hero's Perch and plan to make land on the 4th day, so that whatever this thing is on the 5th day, we can try to encounter it on the coast as opposed to out in open water.
All right, so you approach the Dawn Treader, and there are a few, looks to be like working crews on the ship at the moment. One looks to be installing a metal ring kind of near the ballista, so that you may use like a harpoon type of device to spear something in the water and then perhaps retrieve it. A few ropes and chains are attached, and also on one side of the Dawn Treader, a rather large fishing net apparatus is also in the process of being installed. And you guys kind of board the Dawn Treader amongst some kind of upgrades currently taking place.
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention that, Renwick. We took it upon ourselves to, might have been a little presumptuous, I guess, on our part, but we paid for some upgrades to the ship. Some stuff to, transfer the ballista to some sort of harpoon, and then fishing net so we can, catch food and not have to worry about rations. Sorry if that was a little forward. We just thought it might help us while we're out on the sea.
I I'm honestly, I'm touched. It means a lot, and it softens the blow of seeing the Dawn Treader in the state it is, looking like a slaver ship. This I don't know, this makes it feel a little bit more like home. I appreciate that. And he'll kind of pat you as he walks by and boards the ship. Got a nice smile as he's just kind of like looking at all the upgrades and taking it in. Like takes a lot of pride in kind of making it our own.
I think Glader would walk up to the workers and just ask, how much longer they have left till they complete their upgrades.
As you walk up to one of these workers, he's a slender human, probably older male, late 40s probably. Looks like he's probably one of the senior members of this crew. And as you kind of approach him, he side eyes your approach, and as you approach, he drops the rope and throws both hands in the air. Before any words come out of your mouth, hey, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. We're going as fast as we can. And he looks real nervous all of a sudden and starts backing away from you pretty quickly, Gladier.
Oh, shit. I put my hands up like passively as well. No, it's no problem. I was just, coming over to ask how much longer you think you have left till these are complete. We have no issues with you whatsoever. Just
Okay, man.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I got. We're almost done, man. We're just okay. I'm sorry. You know, and he's still hands up and like slowly backing away. You notice that one of his crew members that was helping him install, this net propper has also left his station and has slowly begun backing away from you.
Shit. Jeez, they're terrified. I just just nod. Well, take your time. We don't want you to rush and something go wrong. So do what you gotta do and finish when you finish. And I'm gonna pull. Let's see. I don't have any.
Logus is going to be behind him, and yeah, we wouldn't want anything to happen to the ship now. You know, produce flame again.
I just kind of like elbow him in the gut, and I knock it off. They're already scared enough. And then I'm gonna just flip a gold piece. Actually, no, the silver. I'm sorry, because I still got some silver pieces left. I'm gonna quickly flick a silver piece to each of them. Trying to get out of my hands as quickly as possible, so I don't touch it for too long. But just a silver piece to each of those workers.
Okay, yeah, you flip him a coin, and each of them catches it, and they say, "Yeah, so sorry, we didn't. We just kind of showed up. We took the job. We didn't know you were part of the guild. Okay, sorry. We'll be done. We'll be done soon, and we'll be off your ship. We promise." And they get back to work like diligently, immediately.
Well, at least they're working hard now. I'm just gonna, I guess, just start just hanging out like by the main mast, just kind of sit on the ground and wait for them to be done.
They all kind of side eye you as they kind of go about finishing their work, but it doesn't take long. Half hour, 45 minutes, and they start the process of cleaning things up, and you guys have some fresh new weapons as well as a very nice little fishing net set up. So, aboard the Dawn Shredder again with some freshly new duds. Quick taking of the stock. You guys still have about 10 days worth of rations on board, and Arthur Shunpike makes himself as useful as possible, but is still kind of waiting for direction from El Capitan. So, where are you guys heading? I assume you said Hero's Perch, so from location 5, you could go north, south, and how you said you wanted to land on the 4th day. Are you just riding the coastline? Like, tell me your plan.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the map right now.
I think if we go north and just stay on the coastline, we can reach the other side, like the direct opposite side of this island by like the 4th day or the 3rd day.
But if we go north, don't we risk getting caught between the cliff face at the north end side?
I mean, the south side cliff face seems even longer than that.
Yeah.
But we have 2 little islands that we could potentially branch out to if we need to.
That is a fair point. Yeah, I mean, just having the 2 little islands, because yeah, I mean, having the option of those 2 small islands in case the journey takes us longer than we expected might not be the worst thing in the world.
I don't know, I mean, it'll probably take us 1, 2. It'll take us like a day and a half to get to that first island. And I think it should take us like around the same time to get just past the cliff face on the north side of Hogshead Forest. So I mean, it really, I think either way we're fine because we can just island hop if we go south, or we can just circle around the north side and end up on the opposite side of Tiscargo. So it really kind of doesn't matter.
Well, we've been through the waters on the south side, so at least we have a general idea of what to expect. Maybe we just go the route we've already traveled, and we'll head down the south side and then back up the northeast.
Also, Captain, I've been working on this up in the crow's nest, and I've shown the stars, the map of the stars that I've been working on. This is to help us at night when we get a little lost. This right here is the North Star, the most brightest one. So that way we always have a like know where we are when we're looking up at the stars.
This star map that he drew, is it like a nice quality? How well did he do drawing this star map?
It's not like it's an astronomer's official star map, but it looks not that it's of poor quality, just that it's incomplete. Like it may take a few more nights of mapping to make it a full blown map. But there are portions of the sky that look to have been mapped.
Okay. If it was poorly done, I was just gonna tell him we'll put it on the fridge, but no, that's buddy, that's fantastic. That's gonna come in quite handy in the near future. I greatly appreciate that. It looks like you're still gunning for that first mate spot. Don't think I haven't taken notice. I'm always watching.
Does that mean that I can pin it to the captain's table?
I mean, you certainly can, but if you prefer, I think it's probably more of use somewhere where we'd actually be sailing from. I don't do much sailing from the captain's table.
Then I'll keep it close to my heart, and I'll fold it up and put it in my chest pocket.
Well, boys, let's get after it. We've got a lot of a lot of not ground to cover in the next couple days. And God only knows what the fuck we're going to run into at this point. I mean, we really have ran the gambit. We have terrible luck, if you haven't noticed. Between the bullet and the sturges, the random fucking soldiers that seem to find us everywhere, there's just a lot of bad things that happen to us.
Oh yeah, like getting lost at sea like 3 times in the journey to get here.
So as you guys kind of make ready to leave port, which way are you going? Are you heading north, kind of around like the bend where Hogshead Forest is, or are you heading south towards a little more islands population or populated area?
Think we're going to swing down the south side of the island and then head north so that we're keeping those 2 islands on the right side of the map to our right, like position 10 and then the island to the north of that. But I think we're going to try to push up the coastline toward the number 5. Is that Hogshead?
So you're currently at location 5. Location 5 is where you are.
I'm getting all fucked
parked.
up. There's no like I don't have a key, so I can't really keep track of the numbers.
Okay, so 5 is your hometown. 5 is north side Tuscargo, where you currently are docked.
And we're trying to get down to 9, was it? Is that
8?
8, gotcha. Yeah, so we're basically swinging down the southeast coast and then hanging a right, and we're gonna, I guess, try to make it to south side, position 6 by the 5th day, post up there, and then try to push to Hero's Perch pending whatever the fuck happens on day 5.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. So I guess I'll have your crew. I assume Logos is kind of up in the crow's nest, so it'll be between Blade Gladier and Locris. So give me an acrobatics or an athletics check as you kind of go about making the boat ready to sail, and that will determine how Renwick's sailing check will be made.
Could we use acrobatics for that as well? Was it athletics and acrobatics?
Yeah, whichever stat is better for you. You could use acrobatics or athletics.
And Renwick will call out to Arthur and be like, Arthur, I'm not going to ask you to do anything physical, but if you could point these boys in the right direction, they're still trying to figure out this whole sailing thing. And if anybody can give them direction on what to do, it's you. See if he can't kind of help them out a little bit.
I rolled a 18 on the die, plus 7 is 25 athletics.
So Gladier kind of kicks into action, and it's very reactive to your calls there, Renwick. However, Blade, while efficient, is not the quickest, and Locris is just fucking lost. Arthur goes over to Locris's position and it starts cussing up a storm, and he does things like snatch the rope out of his hands and reties every knot he seems to touch. Like Arthur is quite annoyed with having to go behind Locris and redo everything he does, but you do get to make this sailing check normal, not with disadvantage.
All right. I believe that was a plus 6 because I don't have an intelligence bonus, but I have 2 proficiencies. 17.
Okay, great. Logos, can you give me a perception check and then just roll me a standard D12?
Perception is a 18 plus 10 for 28, and the D12 is a 2.
Oh, very nice. Okay, so you guys managed to head down the coast, and it is just a perfect sailing weather. It would seem the bright sun is shining. A few clouds in the sky, but for the most part, it's blue skies and blue waters, and you cruise for some time. It's not long before you've already been a day or two out to sea. So after a couple of days worth of travel down the coast, what do you guys imagine you're doing during this trip? You got a couple days of downtime. How are you guys like pulling guard? What's like the sleeping rotation look like? Fill me in on what's going on the boat exactly.
In between my watch and my rest, since I only need 4 hours, I'd imagine I'm up through most of the night. I want to work on my star map as much as I can.
And Glader will probably mostly take the day shifts because for some reason Dragonborns don't have dark vision, so I wouldn't be too much help at night. Like seeing, on the ship, I'm assuming we can have like torches and stuff, but like, keeping watch for things outside of the ship, I don't think Glader would be much help. So he'd probably, be there from like work from sunup to sundown, but then just take his rest at night.
Lucas just helps wherever he's asked to, but otherwise spends his time just reading his book and thinking.
Renwick will be at the helm, I assume, kind of lost in thought as he's steering, and I guess pending on the need to rest, we'll probably try to take shifts with Arthur, since he's probably the most proficient at actually steering the ship.
And Arthur's all too happy to step in for you while you rest and whatnot. So you no longer have to really worry about pulling all-nighters. You know, it's in a capable hand.
And Renwick is still kind of keeping track of these days and counting them down by carving that spot on the desk when he's kind of like reflecting to himself. So if it starts to get, I think he's going to stay extra cognizant of if it starts to look like we're not going to make it all the way to Southside, then he'll consider kind of like pulling off to anchor at one of the nearby islands that they're passing. I guess since we're traveling south, they would be east of us from the looks of it. Just basically like he's wanting to be near land as the countdown gets closer because he's putting everybody at risk, and the last thing he wants to do is be out on open water when that day comes.
Okay, and so you will have traveled at least a couple more days. So go ahead and add 2 more notches to your belt. Yeah, we'll be moving forward on day 7. But in the meantime, up to day 7, what is Blade doing?
Probably kind of like Low Chris, maybe just helping out wherever he can. Maybe just playing music in the background. Maybe just kind of like happy sailor tales or something to kind of keep the spirits high of the group here, and maybe messing around with Archimedes, kind of maybe playing around with him, maybe throwing him into the water, seeing him come back to the ship and whatnot. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, for sure. And as you kind of are sailing down the coast, so you're headed south, and after a couple of days, Renwick, you get to the point where you kind of have to make a decision. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're about a day's travel away from what is it, Green Hill, or 1, 2. And essentially, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So your choices are you're about a day out from Green Hill, or you're 2 days out from one of the uncharted, uncolonized islands in the Alliance Isles. But it's kind of your call. You have to make the decision now, as you will have to change the direction of the boat.
Oh, boys, we got to make a call right now. Are we stopping in Green Hill, or are we stopping on a more rugged island? If we stop in Green Hill, don't really know what we're gonna have to contend with. We know the Greys are already there. That's one thing. And Ariel wanted to avoid that at all cost as well, for a variety of reasons. So it might honestly be better for us to take our chances on the uncharted island, anchor the boat, and take rowboats onto shore.
I think if we stop at Green Hill, at least we have a place to dock the boat. I mean, we have no reason to be afraid to go there or anything now that we don't have the little one who couldn't be there. I think if we go to an uncharted island, we run the risk of running on land and facing some other kind of foe up there.
Yeah, what kind of wildlife do these islands get? I mean, I don't want to dock upon Dragon Island anytime soon.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think the fish people we just fought are both water breathing and air breathing. So, I mean, we could potentially come across a town of these people or something where they've made refuge. That's just a guess. I mean, I'm assuming if they're people, they probably breathe air as well.
Well, it sounds like you lot would prefer to head to Green Hill, so shall we take our chances just posting up in Green Hill for a day or two.
I mean, I think she just wanted to avoid Green Hill for the same reason we would have avoided Hammerton for a while.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
but-
She did seem to have some sort of history there, so maybe it's safer for the average person.
You have a feeling if we don't have a dock to pull into, and we just leave the ship anchored offshore, and take rowboats in, those monsters can just destroy our ship, and then we're paddling our way back to the main island in tiny little rowboats, and that just sounds exhausting to me.
That's a fair point. Well, in that case, we'll head to Green Hill, and we'll see what happens.
Well, Captain, I wanted to ask you, are you going on land to try to potentially avoid this thing? Or are we going to stand on the beach next to the water and face this thing?
I'm not trying to avoid it. It's going to come for me either way. But I'd like to do it on my own terms. And quite frankly, I think it's safer to have sand under my feet than it is the planks of the ship. So, and in all honesty, I don't want to risk the ship, and I'd like to give you lot the option to not be nearby, because whatever it is, I can't guarantee your safety, and it's not fair to ask you to stand right next to me. So, if I can put a little bit of distance between you guys and whatever this thing is, then I'm going to take that chance.
Let's say hypothetically that on the 5th day when this is supposed to come, we're inside a tavern having a couple of beers with a bunch of people. Do you think this thing would just walk in and confront you in front of everybody?
Something tells me this thing is powerful enough to not give a shit if there's a lot of people around. I don't really think it's worried about stealth at this point. I mean, its omen was a swarm of sturge like we've never seen before, so it's not exactly a subtle creature.
Also, Sean, is there anything I needed to roll for my star map, or am I just working on it?
Let's see. We'll say I'm gonna kind of switch it up to make it complete, but we'll say I'll let you make the call. Do you want to make a raw intelligence check or a sleight of hand?
Most definitely take sleight of hand.
That's what I figured, but
It's going to be a +5 for a. That's going to be a 14. I rolled a 9 + 5, 14.
okay, yeah. You've got about, we'll call it 2/5 of a star map kind of mapped out at this point.
Okay. I also I wanted to keep track of the North Star, any constellations I see, stuff like that. Trying to make it as detailed and as complete as I can.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Speaking of, as you guys kind of adjust sail to head towards Green Hill, Logos, as you kind of looking out into the distance, it's a beautiful, bright, sunny day, perfect day for sailing. The splashing of the waves crash against the boats. The wood and the ropes kind of groan as you guys kind of drift, make your way towards Green Hill, and you notice off in the distance, off in the sky, pretty quickly, a cloud way off in the distance moves at a just differently. It looks like something passed through the cloud rather quickly and in your direction. And as you kind of scan the skies with your previous perception check, Logos, you spot what appears to be a humanoid flying high up in the sky over in the horizon, but heading your way nonetheless, and very quickly.
Captain, we have something flying towards us in the sky. Gladier, Locris, y'all should man the fucking, what are they called? The damn shooting things. I can't remember right now.
Ballista.
Yes, man, you should get on the ballistas. We have a flying thing coming at us. It appears to be humanoid.
Yeah, Glader's gonna run on to the back of the ship and hunker down on one of the ballista.
Make sure you load it, Gladiator, so we don't have to worry about that if something goes down.
Yeah, Glader's gonna load it and then also attach the harpoon setting. So I'm not sure if there's like the rope, whatever.
So
rope
essentially, you have two types of ammo for this weapon. You have a large, like iron rod-like shaft, and then you have a harpoon that is mounted to the deck.
And Renwick will call out to Arthur for him to take the wheel, and he'll draw his rapier and head down to the main deck and get eyes on this thing.
Okay, give me a perception check.
And I'm gonna have eyes on this thing. I'm not gonna let it. I'm gonna try to see if I can identify what it is before it's too late. Like I want to, as soon as I can, I want to try to see what this thing is.
Okay, yeah. As it moves closer, go ahead and give me a perception check.
15 for Renwick.
You definitely spot it, Renwick. Once Logus points it out, there is definitely a flying humanoid heading your way very fast.
Man, I am wasting all my good rolls on perception checks. I got a natural 20 for a total of 30.
As you kind of focus up, Logos, you can see even at a great distance, it looks to be an elf with a flowing copper, like kind of maybe bronze or brass, like cape. It looks like almost like metallic in nature, but it flows with the wind. And this elven creature, humanoid, is just flying balls to the wall at the boat. It'll be arriving within minutes.
Captain, this is seems to be an elf with some kind of cape flying at us. It's not an harpy, not a stir. I don't know what the hell this thing is.
What are the odds that that's the carrier we're supposed to intercept that message from? If he's moving in that type of speed, he's carrying something important, potentially. Hopefully he's not looking for a fight.
Oh yeah, well, he's flying straight towards us, and he'll be here within a matter of minutes. So I suggest we get ready for whatever this thing is.
Glader's gonna keep the ballista trained on this flying figure as it gets closer. And can I hold an action? Essentially, I just want to, like, if this figure does anything hostile, just release the harpoon bolt.
Okay, so the problem with the mounted ballista is that they only swivel behind the boat. It's not like a side-to-side or a front shooting weapon. It shoots strictly behind the boat.
Well, shit, fuck. Well then, cancel the hold action. Well, actually, no. Yeah, I'll still do that, but if he gets in a position where like he's out of my area of aiming, then I would just get off of the ballista and draw my own weapon. But if he does anything like hostile within my aim, or which direction is it coming from behind us, or is it coming from in front of us?
Front kind of, as you guys are heading south, it looks to be coming like from Borsland almost. So
And that is...
it would be the main island, so it's coming from the west.
Oh, okay. So never mind. I just get off the ballista and I just draw my sword.
I know you wanted to use the ballista, buddy, but I appreciate you being here.
And
yeah, no problem.
So, with you guys kind of brace yourselves for the situation, and suddenly, with a loud and boom that encompasses the splintering and cracking of wood, this elvish person just kind of lands on the boat, and hard. Lands so hard that the boat rocks as if they weigh several tons back and forth, and slowly comes to. And this person looks quite out of breath, and standing before you is an elf, looking very well off. It looks to be wearing some sort of golden or brass, it's like a metal material, but it keeps shifting from gold to brass to silver, some sort of flowy cape, as this, very bougie looking elf kind of looks kind of exhausted, takes a deep breath. my apologies, you are all a lifesend, a godsend for sure. Give me but a moment. And it looks to be catching his breath.
Renwick's gonna brandish his rapier and be like, "Well, you've already made a pretty terrible impression landing on the deck of the ship that hard. You nearly put a fucking hole through the main deck. Now, catch your breath and tell us who the fuck you are and why you're here."
He looks down to you and then to the deck that he landed pretty hard on, the splintered wood and a few cracked boards. He says, oh, goodness, my apologies. And with a wave of his hand and a burst of arcane energy, you watch the deck repair itself, almost as if like in a rewind. And all of it, like perfectly, every splinter lands where it was once before. And the elf bows before you. I am Zeriotal Yaxilius, at your service. I assume, Captain?
Hi, I'm the captain of this ship.
Aye, well, as I said, you're a godsend, and please, he puts his hands up as you kind of brandish your rapier. I mean, no ill will, simply a lost traveler of the realms, fooling about with some teleportation magic, and I am sad to say does not look like the realm I have attempted to transport to. He kind of looks around to the deck of your boat and then off into the vast oceans around. He's like, yeah, I missed my mark by a bit, I would assume.
Well, where exactly was it you were trying to get to? You don't come across very many people in that particular line of hobby, I guess.
Well, I was trying to get from a pocket plane to another plane altogether, but I seem to have found myself here rather than in the Feywild, which was my destination, essentially.
Glader's gonna because I imagine he was standing by Renwick, so he's gonna kind of like slowly start circling around Zeriotol, kind of giving him a wide berth, like maybe like 10 to 15 feet away from him, but trying to, I don't know, in a sense, like keep an eye on him and kind of surround him in a bit, just to be on the defensive in case he turns out to be not as nice as he is initially.
Okay, yeah, and he kind of keeps his hands up as he kind of continues Renwick. He says, I do not. I expect nothing for free. I am a bit exhausted at the moment. How about you are open to maybe making a deal for I don't need much, no supplies, but I do need a bit of rest. What do you say to a handful of trinkets and maybe swapping a few tales in exchange for perhaps allowing me to meditate for a few hours here on the deck of your ship? Fine ship, by the way. Dawn Treader. Excellent. Looks to be top notch. He kind of like stomps a little bit on the deck, like he's testing a board or something.
Can I insight check him as he's saying?
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna
go
say
ahead.
I want to insight check him, but I mean, it's not every day that a magical elf flies onto the ship and needs to rest.
18 plus 7 for 25 total.
Yeah, I got a 5. I think I am totally distracted by this dude looking pompous and wealthy and talking about trinkets.
Logos, you could tell that as a magic user, you know that sometimes certain spells kind of take it out of you. Flying for an extended period of time, though you don't know that spell specifically, you can imagine it's possible that takes a bit out of you. And he looks to be dressed finely in very like noble kind of clothing and a weird metallic shimmering kind of cloak that he kind of hides his body for the most part, from the elements and whatnot. But you do kind of get the sense that from looking at him that he's very sweaty, he's very out of breath. He looks like for somebody so bougie, he looks like maybe he's been traveling for some time, whether that's several hours or even a couple of days. You're not sure.
Does he have weapons on it?
Give me a perception check.
What's a 19 total?
You do notice he has a belt. He has a few pouches and baubles hanging from it, and a few wands that have been stashed in said belt.
Captain, he does seem to be on the up and up. He's definitely tired, but he is a magic user. So we do have to be careful with that.
Well, that's fair. But I mean, he does seem to be out of breath. I trust that he has been flying a while. I will say, surprising that you can travel the plains and yet you couldn't manage to find land. Bit of a miscalculation, I assume. But I mean, who are we to turn you down if you just need a place to land for a little while? We could swap some stories, see if there's not something we couldn't trade you. And we can provide you with the space for a handful of hours so you can catch your breath and then be on your way.
He smiles. Excellent. You will not go unrewarded. I assure you. I expect nothing for free, and I will pay you handsomely for your hospitality. Much appreciated. And he bows like very, very low. As he kind of pops up, he says, "Well, if you don't mind," he kind of makes himself comfortable, kind of in the center of the main deck, kind of on the grating there. He pulls an item from his belt and tosses it down to the ground, and suddenly there is a rug full of plush pillows in the center of your deck, and he sets himself down firmly within and pulls what looks to be a few rations of maybe some like dried fruit of some kind as he snacks upon it, and he says, "So, tell me, what part of the material plane is this?" He kind of looks at you confused.
Well, you think you teleported yourself to the Alliance Islands, west of Hordenshire. Now, if you don't mind me asking, you said you're experimenting with teleportation? Why were you in a? Did you end up in a pocket plane accident, or did you mean to go there?
No, it's a plane created by me and my family. We live there in this small plane, a small slice of paradise for us, and we live in relative safety, and we just don't really. Everything we have there is what we need to survive and thrive. We don't really need to come to the material plane anymore. We have our own piece of it off in our pocket plane, really.
So why were you heading to the Fey realm then? If you have everything you need in this pocket plane, any
Well,
particular reason?
magic works a bit different there sometimes, and to be honest, the food is delicious. That travel is not always easy or timely. Sometimes waiting for constellations or planets to align to allow one to magically traverse to and fro could take many decades. Just kind of trying to figure out how to get to and fro a bit quicker with less delay. The food in the Feywild, huh, to die for. He kind of licks his lips as he houses another piece of dried fruit.
Interesting. All right. Uh,
What do you lot do here? I notice fishing gear, some ballistas, and cages. He kind of frowns as he looks at what are very apparently slave cages.
Let's just say that the cages aren't what you think. We've recently repurposed the ship. We're a new sailing company, and well, I guess part-time fishermen as well, but that's more out of necessity.
Well, lucky I am that you are where you were when you were. It's not often that I accidentally transport myself over a vast ocean, and well, took a bit out of me. And I once again I thank you for your hospitality. As he kind of slowly pulls out another pouch or two, and it looks to be like he's setting himself a spread of random dried fruits and meats and cheeses. It's very bougie, very charcuterie, and he is also taking regular pulls off of what you can imagine to be kind of a almost like a flask, like a smaller version of a wine bottle that is connected to his hip. He continuously seems to be drinking from as he kind of converses with the party. He says, "So, you run a new sailing company, and this is your crew. Then, what's the name of your company?"
Sands of Justice Incorporated.
Excellent name. He kind of continues to drink a bit.
so you're going all the way to the Feywild just for the food?
Well, a bit of this and a bit of that, but yeah, mostly a few magical reagents and ingredients are just easier to acquire in the Feywild than anywhere else. Not all beasties there have the same temperament as those you would find on, say, the material plane.
Interesting. Yeah, I want to know. I've never quite left the material plane, so definitely a little curious about the Feywild and this pocket plane that you and your family have created for yourself.
Many of my family for much generations are quite powerful when it comes to the ways of arcane and whatnot. He kind of sends a little bit of like static electricity from one hand to another, as he kind of grins, showing off his arcane flex.
Is it Yaxilius? Is that your family name, or?
Yes, an old and ancient one. We left the material plane some time ago, but alas, that was before my time. I've always lived in the pocket plane with my family. It is the only home I've ever known. I've only come for ventures here and there to the material plane. Most its denizens are rude or violent. I don't stop by very often.
Would I recognize being a technically speaking, a noble blood and being like, taught by, professors and stuff growing up? I mean, the short time I did live in Gethmar, would I have heard anything of a family from the Feywild, or recognize the Yaxilius name from any sort of homes or books?
Well, go ahead and give me a history check.
Okay. I know it's a stretch, but I thought I might as well try. Nope. Rolled a 6 plus 0, so I haven't heard shit.
Yeah, you're not quite familiar with the name, no.
Okay. Damn dice. Well, do you mind if we join you in your fancy? Man, I'm sure some of us might have to. I don't know. Arthur, are you okay up there navigating the ship? Do you need help?
Arthur's one good eye is just trained on this dude, and he has not like said or done anything. He's just he doesn't even respond. He just kind of grunts. He eyeballs this guy cautiously.
Well,
Can I insight check Arthur? Just why he's eyeballing him like.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me an insight check.
I mean, he's eyeballing him for the same reason we all insight check this dude. He's a fucking
22.
random elf from another plane that landed on the boat in open water. Suspicious as fuck.
What was that roll, though, Gus?
22.
Oh, Arthur is one untrusting motherfucker. He's a salty old dog. And you kind of get from just him being around on the ship that, while Renwick has vouched for you, you guys are still iffy in his book. This just flying magic elf person is like totally out. He's 100% on guard. He's not going to act against Renwick's will. But you get the sense that if it was up to him, you'd be throwing that fucker overboard for sure.
Well, friend, I believe you said you might have some trinkets we might be interested in, perhaps some stories and whatnot. So.
Oh, I have many trinkets. I could part with a few for your hospitality, certainly. Any good storytellers amongst you? And he distinctly kind of leans out and makes it apparent to gaze at Blade, noticing an instrument or two in or around his person. Tell me, you've got any good tales there, Bard?
Or Blade will kind of snap to his his attention there, kind of eyeballing his crab, and then looking at this elf here, and he goes, "Well, I'm sure I could tell you a story of adventure, and kind of go on, basically not directly singing about them, but maybe talking about there was once a group who went on a troop and went over and slain a queen." Like just kind of maybe giving like a little bit of an overview, or kind of an overview of the journey thus far.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me a performance check.
And can I, for this particular check, use my I want to use my mage hand to basically have the my bardic book of ballads and basically hold it up to basically sing from that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sounds reasonable. You can pull it off for sure.
Or 17.
After he listens to your tale intently, grinning ear to ear, and he does give you a light clap as you come to a conclusion. Ah, bravo, young bard, bravo. He smiles and offers you guys all some of the rations that he has, noticing that you guys look to be of subsiding on beetles and whatnot. He's not shy to share a bit of his wine or some of this charcuterie board that he's kind of prepared for himself. And he turns back to Renwick. He says, well, for the entertainment and the rest and my safety, I suppose I could part with a few bubbles. I guess we'll start with you, Captain. How you tell me? I give you a bauble, and you give me a bit of information. What do you say?
Depends on the sort of information you're looking for, but that sounds like a fine deal.
All right. So, a bauble for a bit of information, and he pulls out from his belt what is very clearly a bag of holding. Renwick, go ahead and roll me a D100.
$33 in chat. I don't know if I got lost in the gifts.
From within this bag, he pulls out an intricately chased pommel that must have come from, maybe like a very special sword, but essentially it is just like a sword hilt. No blade within it, but it is like engraved in different like golds and silvers and platinums, and it has several good sized stones of various value placed within it. But essentially, it is a fancy looking sword hilt. So, the sword hilt for a simple question. The Dawn Treader, that is a great name. How did you come across such a name? He hands you the hilt.
It's just it's a name that's been in the family for a long time. I'd imagine that. Well, we often sail at dawn, so I'd come to an easy conclusion there.
Ah, family heirloom then.
You could say that. More of an extended family member. Just kind of fell into it.
Interesting. He kind of turns his attention back down to Gladier. This is, and you, same deal. A bauble for a question.
Ask your question first. I might not want to part with an answer.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a D100 as he kind of rummages around his bag.
54.
So he pulls out a miniature carved stone wizard's tower, no longer than your hand, and he presents it to you. He says, "At night, the window at the top glows with a pleasant light." And he kind of pulls this bauble out to show it to you, and says, "My question: Hordenshire is the land of the dragon kin, if I do believe so. Are they how fare they? Are they civilized? Are they brutes? It seems to flip and flop depending on the century or perhaps the generation. Is Hordenshire well? Would you consider it hospitable?"
Can I insight check him?
Yeah, can I
Absolutely.
re-insight check him based on that second question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh god, I'm so fucking
Fuck.
nervous.
That's a 4.
No,
I'm just staring at this
Douglas will
pommel.
just keep spamming inside checks every time he says something.
To the party, if you would like to insight check this guy at any point, just let me know. Go ahead.
I rolled a 10.
I'm about to roll mine right now.
Renwick and Gladier, as far as you know, he's pretty on the up and up. Seems like an innocent enough question.
12 plus 7, 19 total.
Logos, you get the distinct impression that this guy is genuinely curious. Like, he might not really know.
Suppose that's an innocent enough question. Until recently, I was not sure if you picked up on it a little bit, but my friend's here's story was actually about Hordenshire. For a long time, it was not doing well. There was a evil monarchy, more of a dictator, to be honest, ruling over the realm. She enslaved a lot of people. It's not good. A lot of people that look like me. But very recently, she was dethroned by a group of revolutionaries, and now it's working to build itself back up to its former glory. So I would say it's hospitable enough at the moment.
Huh. The dragonkin of the material plane have always fascinated me. They are an interesting lot, for sure. He kind of he turns yet again, kind of taking scan of the party. He then turns to Blade once again. Says, "Tell me, Bard. Humans, they venture many places, as do elves, as you could see. You seem to be a bit of both. Where are you from in the material plane?" And go ahead and roll me a D100 as he digs around in his pouch. Gladier, by the way, upon answering the question, he hands the miniature stone carving of the wizard's tower to you.
Before I take it, can I just tap my chest and it's like yellow glowing energy kind of radiates from my hand and covers my body. I'm gonna cast protection from evil and good on myself, and just kind of tilt my head at him, just be like, "Hope you don't mind. No offense meant, but we don't really know you, and I like to not take my chances."
He kind of, as you do so, he kind of laughs a bit. Well, it appears that the dragonkin still not so trusting, yeah? He kind of giggles, but it doesn't seem to bother him either way. As he turns his attention to Blade, you rolled a 58. So out of his satchel, a chain of rose gold with 9 tiny rose gold bells in the shape of acorns. He pulls it out and kind of turns to you for the answer to his question. Tell me, what part of the material plane are you from? Where's your homeland? Where do you hail from?
Oh, a little bauble for babbling. Well, I'll babble. I'm from the land of Daanal.
Tirna, the land of men. Now that place, even I have to venture to sometimes. The land of men. The way humans seem to get themselves into trouble. It is. Yeah. Wow. Interesting. I wonder. Well, the land of men. It has been some time. Does the king still reign there?
Well, from what I know, I don't know. It's I shut myself off from that place. Got family there that I really rather not think about, and I'd rather focus on myself. My family tried to kind of suppress what I wanted to be, and I'd rather disassociate completely.
He kind of frowns at hearing the bad news. Oh, sorry to bring up such a painful memory. And he kind of turns now his attention to Logos. Says, you have very scrutinizing eyes, my friend. But you, where do you hail from? A wood elf, I would assume Nightwood?
You are 100% correct. I see you're quite astute yourself.
And as he kind of digs about in his magical bag of holding, go ahead and roll me a D100. As he kind of looks to you, he asks, so, how is Nightwood? Been some time. I have heard rumor of a powerful batch of dragon slayers being born in and around Nightwood, not but a few generations ago. Are they still there?
Well, my father was one of those dragon slayers, and I'm actually looking for him now. They were the best. I'm actually quite proud. Our little group has killed a dragon ourselves.
He kind of looks he frowns at you telling him that. He's like, oh, that's unfortunate. They are kind of interesting magical creatures in and of themselves, though ferocious, intelligent, and dangerous, so it is what it is. And from his satchel, he pulls an cold iron nail that has been twisted into the shape of a holy symbol.
I do agree, but we were kind of left no choice. This dragon had made his lair near a town and was making life quite difficult for the people there, and was quite a ruthless dragon.
As is such sometimes. He kind of shakes his head, but he hands you the cold iron nail that has been twisted into the shape of a holy symbol.
I bow my head a little bit and thank him.
As he kind of makes his way to Locris, he kind of stops and cocks his head shortly. And he said, well, for you, I have a bauble for sure, but I assume Locris, you are in disguise of some kind, or are you tiefling out on the
No, Locust has kind of stopped doing disguises for the most part.
Okay, so yeah, as he kind of approaches you, go ahead and roll me a D100. He cocks his head and simply, not many of your kind ever really on the material plane. Few and far between. It is a rare treat. Where do you hail from? Do you claim the material plane a home as well?
Yes, though my ancestry may be demonic, my people are not. I come from the bustling elfin country of Brightwood.
Interesting. All of you from different walks of life upon the same ship. It is a very interesting scenario to behold. From his pouch, what'd you roll, a 19? He pulls a small tooth out of his pouch and hands it to you, Locris. And as you kind of inspect it, it looks to be, there looks to be a romantic scene carved into it in some of like the finest detail you have ever seen.
Well, that takes some gentle hands.
Yeah, so it is definitely worthwhile. A few trinkets that may fetch you some coin, or at the very least, maybe find you a bit of good luck. He kind of smiles as he continues to house a few pieces of his charcuterie.
So is this information you're asking, is that just purely out of curiosity, or?
Yes, I don't stop into the material plane often. Once every 50, maybe 100 years. It's not the greatest place for uh, people with my mindset. I would rather travel and work on magic and learn and I don't know, collect. I just don't really want to bother myself with the politics of the material plane, as they seem to change with the generations almost. It's quite difficult to keep up with the more mortal races.
Do you get to the water plane very often?
I do. Some of the most valuable spell components can be found in some of the underwater vegetation there.
Do you have any idea about a mob boss style kraken? Perhaps one who expects tributes of some kind.
Oh, the Kraken is a terrible beast. Ancient by all rights, older than most of the mortal races. Once thought to maybe be just a beast, but make no mistake, it is quite intelligent, powerfully intelligent, rather, and devious. Not an ally to be aligned with, certainly, and, well, if you have as an enemy, pray you drink little sips in the biggest, grandest desert of all time. It is not an adversary you would want to meet on the water, I assure you.
Yeah, we had that same assumption. Do you know what such a creature might be interested in?
Oh, I do not know. The material plane brings many creatures to it for similar reasons to why I am here. Sometimes it's an accident. Sometimes it's they need some components for this, that, or the other thing. Though, no offense, Tiefling, but something close to the abyss, something from that general plane. The water plane and the abyss do touch at times. They are generally wanting to live in and around their own planes, it requires some no small feat, of power and prestige. And so typically when they do quests, creatures like this Kraken, they are seeking more power, more followers, something to aid them in their own weird, twisted way.
Look at Renwick and be like, well, not much that can help you apparently.
Yeah, I think he's just taking it all in, especially with like the mention of these things seeking out power and seeking to control and seeking to gain followers, and now it's like after him. Like he's kind of just reflecting in silence.
After a short time, not barely, little more than an hour, this elf, Zeriotol, begins packing up his things. He slowly begins putting his charcuterie board away in the various pouches, and slowly begins, packing up his pillows, which all seem to fit somehow magically. He just simply places them into his pocket, and as he does so, they shrink down to the size of marshmallows, essentially. And he slowly begins packing up his things and getting ready to take leave of the party. He said, well, thank you all for a brief bit of rest and some company on the high seas. You have made a very old elf quite happy. And he smiles and bows deeply. I must be getting back to my own pocket plane now. Try another teleportation spell tomorrow and pack a few extra flying ones just in case. You have been courteous to me, Captain and crew of the Dawn Treader, and should we meet in the future, Zeriota will not forget this. He kind of smiles and bows to you all, gives you a final wave, and with a few mutterings under his breath, he leaps from the Dawn Treader into the sky and rockets towards the nearest cloud.
Well, that was interesting.
Fucking random, right? I was just thinking that. What are the odds? I still don't know if I trust him, but this is a really nice pommel. He's just kind of like rolling it around in his hand.
Yeah, I got a holy symbol. I'm not even a holy person.
Well, I got whatever the hell this little sculpture thing is. Speaking of, can I kind of like try and take a closer look at it to maybe try and I don't have to detect magic, but maybe if I can just like try and see what kind of no.
Locris will pull out his wand to detect magic and see if any of the items light up.
Oh, that works too. Thanks, Lokers.
Renwick's does not, but the rest of them do.
Locris will pull out one of his scrolls of identify and use it on his tooth.
Does detect magic tell you what school of magic it is?
I don't know. What's the language on detect magic? I don't quite recall.
I don't know. I'm pulling it up right now. You can learn at School of Magic, if any.
Okay.
Okay, so your tooth there, Locris, essentially breaks down to a one-time use you can add a plus 10 to a persuasion check, but this destroys the item.
Right?
Does he learn the school of all the items he detected, or is that just for the one he
Yes.
told him?
No, it says you see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn its school of magic, if any. So all the magic items, I know the school, but I use identify on mine specific to know what it does.
Yeah, so
But
you'll be able to tell
I
what.
don't know if it's
Oh, okay.
conjuration or destruction or necromancy. Is about all I would get from yours.
So you get a sense of divine magic from the holy symbol, obviously. I think I'm gonna call it an illusion, a school of magic. Could be alteration, actually. On Gladier's tower. So I'll double check that real quick. And let's see here. What was the item that you grabbed, Blade? I spaced it.
It was like a chain, like a rose gold chain, I think, or something that had like acorns or bells.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rose
Okay.
gold chain
Yeah.
with 9 acorn bells.
Correct. Yours has also got a divine magic coming from it, Blade.
All right, I do have one more scroll of identify. It will start the bidding at 3 gold pieces.
Oh, well, honestly, I'm a little more. I'm wondering what the hell that little tower is.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious on that too. I mean, divine magic, we can assume it's something probably that'll keep you alive.
Oh, yours isn't divine, Gladier. Yours is
Oh yeah.
alteration magic.
Yeah, sorry, I meant like the holy symbol, obviously.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah. I mean, if everyone's okay with it, we can see what this tower does. I mean, some illusion magic or alteration magic might be helpful to all of us.
Well, have we taken a chance to just see if anybody happens to like have any arcane knowledge that might give us an idea of what these are? And then if we don't know, we use a scroll of identify, but the tower definitely piques my interest. Although the chain with the acorns, I mean, there's got to be something there. You know, I mean, the wizard seemed a little nutty, so
Considering that the two other objects are divine in nature, could I do some sort of check on like one on each of them to see if I can figure out what they do?
Yeah, go ahead and give me. You can call it an investigation or a religion check, and you can make 2 checks, one for each item.
Okay. I'm the worst paladin ever because my religion is a +0. So I'm going to do investigation. Uh, First one is a natural 20 plus 3 for 23. So we'll say I'd probably do the holy symbol first. I should have said which one I was doing first before I rolled.
Okay, so the holy symbol is like a cold nail that has been bent into the shape of a holy symbol of Elana. It is the goddess of nature, or one of the many goddesses of nature. And with the holy symbol of Elana, you kind of gauge that this particular item, you can cast 1 cure light wounds per day from this item, but not per day. It's 1 cure light wounds, and then that destroys the item. So
I think this one, might be able to, cast a healing spell. at least once. So I mean, that's obviously helpful. So Logus, maybe you might even be able to just keep that just in case you get in a tough spot and you're not close to Bladerath to heal you. You can just heal yourself. I mean,
As
only
a,
works once. So once it's done, it's done.
as a nature goddess, Alana is well known around my parts since we have a lot of druids and clerics, nature clerics out there. So this is quite this is quite cool. I'll hold on to this and I'll put it in my pack.
All right, and now for the acorn bell chain thing. I shit you not. Rolled a nat 20 for the holy symbol and a nat 1 for the rose gold chain.
On that one,
Yep. Complete opposites. Back to back rolls.
it's a real pretty chain. You know, it's a gold chain, and it's got a few acorns that seem to dangle from it, like small little golden acorns that are also actually small bells. So it kind of jingles and jangles about, but you just get a sense of divine magic. You're not sure what it does.
This here is a very good relic of the god Bast. It'll give you 9 lives, so you can come back to life for one time for each of these 9 bells. Blade, you should hold on to this forever.
Blade would like to do an insight check on.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Should I roll a deception check?
Yeah. Do an insight versus deception.
17.
No, I believe him, man. It's fucking this thing's amazing.
Locust will
That's
do
how
an
he got
Arcana
that build.
check.
Yeah, no.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I have no idea what this does. I'm sorry.
You just told me it gave me 9 lives.
It was a joke. Sorry.
19 plus 3 for 22.
These bracelet are the small chain with each bell on it. As you kind of inspect it and give it a jingle jangle, this acts similar to the way good berries do. It doesn't go bad or anything, but by removing a bell from the chain and giving it a light ring, the bell does vanish into nothingness. But doing so gives somebody 1 hit point and fully nourishes them for a full day.
It gives you a very small pick me up when you're just feeling absolutely down.
So you have 6 charges on the item, and each charge is essentially a good berry from the good berry spell. And once all 6 charges are used, the item is destroyed.
And then they would do an Arcana check on the. Well, I'll use the last scroll of Identify on the.
On the tower?
Yes.
So, as you cast Identify on the tower, essentially the tower is affected by the light spell. If you put it, doesn't really matter where you put it, but at night, the tower erupts as if affected by the light spell. So it just shines light brightly from the top, and there's no real way to turn it off. It's just kind of a bright light throughout the darkness.
This is good for the next time you come across those sturges.
It does last 12 hours. So from beginning to end, the light spell lasts a solid 12 hours. But it's every night. This little tower just kind of lights up at night.
Keep it right by your bed when you go to sleep. It'll make your sleep very comfortable.
Inside check.
Yeah, go for it.
You're gonna try to inside check a deceptive tiefling?
That's a 9.
I don't know what his
That's a
passive.
lot higher.
Yeah, I don't know what his passive deception is, but it's probably better than 9.
I have
Uh-oh.
a +8 to deception.
Yeah. So. Oh, I mean, I guess that might come in handy. You know, I sometimes get a little restless at night trying to fall asleep, so, you know, maybe this will help.
Definitely.
Now I gotta roll with this because I believed him. But
Can I
Alright.
inside check Locris?
Oh, for sure. Roll insight versus deception.
We got a 17 total. 10 plus 7.
22.
Son of a bitch.
Locris would never steer you guys wrong. He's solid and dependable the whole time you've known him. He wouldn't fib to you.
Gladier. It seems that he's telling the truth. I don't see any deception on his face, but Locris he's always been about the shenanigans, so proceed with caution.
I don't know. I trust him. I think I'm gonna get some good sleep tonight. So, Captain, you think we should continue heading on our course before this terrifying Kraken? Jesus. Terrifying Kraken.
Wow.
Wow, that's racist. DM permission to get Gladier out of the group. Terrifying cracker.
You can't just bust out racial slurs here, Gladier. You know, fucking gringo.
Trying to get our shit canceled, bro.
Vader just takes a dive off the ship.
So the big bad's just some white dude?
It's terrifying cracker.
The big bad is the Monopoly guy.
Son of a
I mean, wait, isn't it always?
Isn't it? Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't it always the white guy? Anyways, Captain, I'm like sweating now. Jesus. Shouldn't we continue our course so we don't get caught by this Kraken out in open waters?
Oh, sorry, I had to laugh off mic for a minute. That was good shit.
Yeah, we'll keep making our way. As weird as that experience was. I mean, Arthur's been at the helm this entire time, so we've technically been traveling. Like that dude was just on the boat as we were still sailing.
Yeah, you guys made good time. You didn't stop for him or anything. So, it does take another day of sailing, Renwick. So this will put you at day 8 officially. But you do eventually see, the tiny island nation of Greenhill come from the horizon. You go ahead and everybody give me perception checks as you kind of sail towards the island.
That's a 9.
28 total.
11.
8.
Dirty 20. Good old no eyes.
Gladier and Logos, you see it from a distance. There is a thick black smoke coming from the island. It wasn't that way when you passed it the first time.
Captain, it appears that the island is under siege right now. Or something is going on. There's smoke coming out from the island.
Can I pull out the spyglass and try to get a better look?
Yeah, as you guys kind of get closer, go ahead and give me another perception check, Renwick, with advantage.
16 and a 21.
So as you kind of pull around, to the northern part of the island to potentially make some port, you look island inward and you see kind of at the dock area in the port, it looks to be like a couple of buildings have caught fire, and a few small crews look to be tending to a pair of buildings look like to be warehouses near the dock that are blazing. As you look on, you do notice several looks to be armed guards. Several halfling units are all on the docks, and as you notice them, they look to be noticing you, and they are looking to be in a bit of a panic. It looks like their leadership is kind of made some very quick, brief hand gestures, and you recognize that these people are taking defensive positions. Yeah, it looks like they are preparing for battle currently.
Captain, didn't that elf come from this direction?
It did appear that way.
That's a mighty coincidence. An elf fleeing like hell itself is chasing them, and now this place is on fire.
And he just happened to have a lot of trinkets.
Oh man. Alright.
Yeah.
This should be interesting. Hopefully they didn't see that he landed on our ship, although I think we were probably plenty far enough away.
You remember that thing I was telling you about having bad luck?
Yeah, we do seem to have bad luck. Blade, maybe you can come up here and try and talk our way out of this one in case it goes sideways.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Okay, as you guys kind of get closer and make to a dock at the port proper, you guys don't get very close before you hear war cries, pirates, and a loud town bell, ding, 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 sounding the alarm. And suddenly, there are many, many armed and armored soldiers flooding the docks, creating like barricades around the docks, and many are ballista that have been mounted are now being loaded and aimed at the Daanal.
Renwick's going to start to turn the ship around. Just be like, boys, as much as I hate to break it to you, I don't think we're landing here. We certainly can't do it in a pirate ship, and we're very clearly on one since we're trying to be incognito.
It might look bad too if we turn the ship around and we've got our harpoons pointed right at him.
That's a fair point. I mean, I suppose we could fly a white flag as we're turning around. Let them know that they've got the wrong idea.
Blade will kind of step up to the front of the ship and just yell out. I don't know if they can even hear him, but just be like, "We mean you no harm. We mean you no harm."
Does it look like they have anything that would reach the ship?
If you try to dock, you are definitely within range of a multitude of ranged weapons.
But with where we are at, if we did turn, then they don't have any like ballistas or trebuchets or anything to attack us.
You will have to come pretty close to docking for them to be effective. They might be able to hit you, but it would be a long shot from where you are.
I think we are out of enough range. We could just turn and dip out.
Yep. We're turning and burning, boys. On to the next one. And he'll just turn the ship and continue on our overall path and try to set a course for the nearest island.
Okay, so as far as the map's concerned, currently you are you're at location 10. You didn't actually dock. You were just kind of hovering around this island. So you have choices because you're on the north side of the island of location 10. So there is an island to the north of you. Then there is also an island to the southwest of you. Both of them are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. One is a day, and one is, a day and a half or so travel. However, both islands are deserted. So
yeah, the one that's to the south of us is the one that's within like a day and a half, right?
Yeah, it's just a bit farther away than the one to the north.
All right, yeah. Since we're heading toward 8, we'll keep heading south and we'll hit that deserted island. And I guess try to drop anchor as close to it as we can get once we're there.
Okay, yeah, you readjust some course, and with the wind in your sails, go ahead and give me another sailing check real quick. Your crew could potentially help you. Logas has kind of been assigned to the crow's nest, but the rest of you, if you want to make an acrobatics or athletics check to adhere to Renwick's calls.
So 15 athletics for Glader.
13 acrobatics for Locris.
And for Blade.
With Arthur's help, Renwick, it's just going to be just a straight roll.
That is a 19.
And you make pretty good pace. The sails are full, and you coast your way towards this island of sorts, and you make good time. But you are now an additional day and a half past, Renwick. You're creeping upon the 10th day. Not quite the 10th day yet, but it is now approaching nightfall on the 9th. But that is when you pull up to this deserted island. It's a fairly large island. There's a nice a beach. No evidence of any civilizations or anyone else being there. And the interior of this island is fairly lush with different jungle-like vegetation. But as you kind of approach to the island, I'll throw it to the party. What do you guys do from there? You're still on the boat, tossing down anchor, just outside of this island.
I would assume we have the 4 rowboats, but how many people can fit on one rowboat? Are they like large enough to accommodate all 5 of us, or 6 of us with Arthur?
You could fit 4 people per rowboat.
Okay, so then we'll do 2 rowboats, 3 and 3, I would assume, and then room for supplies. So Renwick is going to start like prepping 2 of the boats with some just like general supplies.
Okay, yeah, and it doesn't take too long. You manage to make them seaworthy and get them into the water, loaded up with your party and some supplies from the ship. So what's the plan? Everybody's going aboard. Is there anybody staying on the ship? You guys plan on setting up camp, maybe?
Glader is absolutely getting off the ship.
Any sacrifices? Staying on the boat?
Maybe Archimedes?
I say we leave Arthur and the crab on the boat just to see what happens.
I mean, we could leave you on the boat. You do have the best eyes, so at least you'll have a fighting chance because you'll see whatever it is coming.
Exactly, and that's why I should be on land to see what's over there, since it is an uncharted island.
And As I've bonded with this crab, I can also see through him as well, through his eyes. So maybe if I do leave him on the boat, I could see.
Well, that's a fair point. That might not be the worst thing in the world. We'd have a little bit of an idea in case anything comes onto the boat. I suppose if you're fine with that, leaving Archimedes on here to keep an eye on the boat while we're on the land is a rather good idea.
Blade says, you can call him Archie for short.
Archie, I like that.
Arthur kind of turns to you. You want me come with you, Captain, or am I staying on the ship?
Oh, you're getting your ass on the dry land.
Oh,
For
thank
sure as
God.
shit not going to be on this boat.
Okay, so as the party kind of makes their way to the ship or to the mainland, it's pretty pleasant beach. The crashing of the waves pummel the land. The occasional squeak and squawk of it sounds like some sort of tropical birds, maybe some sort of smaller jungle critters are running about. But for the most part, it is a pretty pleasant experience.
Yeah, I think we probably shouldn't be directly on the beach. Maybe if there's, maybe we can go inside the tree line just to, maybe 100 yards or so.
As we're rowing up, can I like scan the beach line, maybe into the trees a little bit? Do I see any wildlife, um, any wreckage, any like lost supplies, stuff like that? Like anything on the coast and in the tree line?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Man, this dice has been pretty hot. It's mediocre, but I have a plus 10, 15 for a 25.
You don't notice anything standing out particularly. There are some very colorful birds, a few parrots here and there, and there are what appear to be like a few small mammals. You're not sure if it's like a monkey or maybe a large squirrel, but it's, definitely dodging in and out of the bushes and running up and down the trees. But nothing particularly dangerous or anything standing out outside of nature.
And there was no kind of like wreckage or anything, right? Like no other rowboats, no ships in the water.
Nope, no sign of anyone anywhere but you and your party.
Sorry, man, I just went to the restroom and I think I caught my flushing toilet in the back. Should have muted just a little bit later. Captain, it seems to be clear on the beach line.
Well, if anything, if we need cover, I'm pretty sure that our musical friend here has access to a spell that can get us some shelter.
As the stars kind of come out, it is kind of dusk. It's like twilight. The orange glow of the sun kind of sets on the horizon. Gladiator, where'd you put your statue at?
I think he would have put it like in his, knapsack.
And you brought that with you to the beach?
Yeah, he would have brought it with him to the beach.
It's so bright. Your knapsack is just like you could tell there's a bright light inside your knapsack. It's not quite like unleashed all around you, but your knapsack now glows while this beacon is inside of it.
What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, he's just gonna open up the knapsack and just look inside.
As kind of night sets, the top of this little tower you have erupts into a very, very bright light. It shines about 60 feet around your person or its base.
What the fuck? Locris, you said this would help me sleep. This is not what.
Well, it's just a nightlight, buddy.
Not. This thing is like a mini spoon.
I guess we all make mistakes, don't we?
Yeah.
Well,
Trying to trick me.
if you'd like, for the sake of not drawing attention, I can always throw that in the bag of holding for you.
Yeah, I think that might be a good idea. We don't want anyone untowards seeing us with this fucking beacon. And just hands over the little tower to you. It's blindingly bright.
Okay, so as you know, night kind of falls upon the party, as you guys are on this deserted island. What is the plan here? Essentially, you kind of just pulled up in the rowboats and beach them, and where do you go from here as a party?
I think the plan is to basically make camp along the coastline, probably like right along the tree line, not terribly deep. And if we have access to Tiny Hut and Blade is willing, we'll probably stash the boats, maybe try to cover them in some brush so it's not obvious. And yeah, we'll make camp and post up and try to wait this out a little bit.
Okay, yeah, it's all too easy to kind of disguise the rowboats with a bit of foliage from the island. Blade, you have a tiny hut spell or scroll or something?
I do have a spell.
Okay, what's the language on that spell, if you don't mind?
Yep. It is a 10-foot radius, immobile dome of force springs into existence around and above you and remains stationary for the duration, which is 8 hours. The spell ends if you leave the area. 9 creatures of medium size or smaller can fit inside the dome with you. The spell fails if the area includes a larger creature or more than 9 creatures and objects within the dome when you cast this spell. You can basically move through it freely. All other creatures and objects are barred from passing through. Spells and other magical effects can't extend through the dome or be cast through it. The atmosphere inside the space is comfortable and dry, regardless of the weather outside. Until the spell ends, you can command the interior to become dimly lit or dark. The dome is opaque from the outside of any color you choose, but is transparent from the inside.
Okay, so tell me how you manifest this magical dome.
So I can kind of imagine we're on the beach, I think, right? Kind of like on the shore.
Correct.
So I could kind of see Blade walking up to the shore, kind of maybe grabbing some sand and almost kind of like um, letting it kind of like sift through his hand or kind of just fall through his hands and just give it one good like blow it. And then you kind of almost see like a sand castle coming out of the ground. And it just, forms this hut.
Yeah, nice, and it shimmers with a bit of arcane energy once the spell is done, and it is firmly there, planted on the beach for the next 8 hours.
And Blade is just kind of turns to the party and goes, "Well, you guys like go inside. It's nice and comfortable and dry."
You always do travel in style. And a wink at him as he makes his way into the tiny hut to get some rest.
Okay, is there anything the party needs to do before bedding down for the evening?
I would imagine Blade probably just before he goes. Well, actually, how far away are we from the ship?
We'll say we'll give you about 100 yards from the ship, so about 300 feet.
Okay, scratch that.
Okay, so the night presses on, and you do manage to find rest, even though you're a bit nerve wracked. The comfort provided by Blade's spell is just enough to lull the party to sleep, and upon the following morning, the squawking of birds and the chittering of small creatures off into the woods, morning does finally break the horizon on now the 10th day since you have encountered the Kraken's emissary.
Yeah, Sean, would you allow me? I wasn't by my phone when you were asking. Can I do another round of working on my star map?
Oh, for sure. Give me a sleight of hand check real quick.
Uh, 12 plus 5, 17.
Okay, you have accomplished, about 3/5 of this map is complete.
Okay, cool.
All right, and as the sun rises the next day, the day is yours. What does the party do? You've got a small campsite set up here on the beach, kind of, with this magical hut, though the magic should be fading at any moment now.
Since I assume we're gonna be here for the day at least, can I like go into the tree line a little bit and maybe start trying to track some animals to see, hunt down some food that we can cook on the beach or something?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a survival check.
Oh my god, that's the second natural 20 of the night for 27 total.
So, what are you looking for specifically? There's some small mammals running about. There are a wide variety of birds.
Probably something a little larger. That way we have a lot of meat. I'm also like trying to keep track of what kind of wildlife is on here and just looking at the tracks and make sure there's not any humanoid footprints or if there's anything we got to worry about as well. But preferably I like hunted deer or something, maybe medium sized.
Okay, yeah, you definitely spend some time in this dense kind of jungle-like area. As you only need about half the sleep of your comrades, so you can get a good head start on it. And you're just kind of taking note of the various animals and things. You do come upon what seems to be like a small breed of deer that lives solo on this island, and begin kind of stalking it through the brush. The rest of the party, as Logos is kind of off and about, is there anything in particular you guys need to do?
Gladiator's gonna walk up to the shore, kind of like right to the water's edge. Um, and so like, is how long after like sunrise is it right now? Like, is it like
It's
the
just
sun just
it's
rise
like
or
barely sunrise. Like the sun hasn't even really just barely begun to crest the horizon.
okay? Yeah, so I'm gonna just sit down at the water's edge and kind of just kind of meditate, I guess. And I'm gonna cast. I have a part of my features as a paladin. I have divine sense, so I'm gonna use. I get 4 times per long rest, So I'm going to use one now and probably just like periodically, I don't know, like maybe like once an hour, I think just use Divine Sense, which as an action, you can detect good and evil. Until the end of your next turn, you can sense anything affected by the Hallow spell or know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover. You can just kind of like post up at the beach and kind of try and see if I can sense anything coming up on us.
At this point in time, you do not feel any malevolent entities or anything of the sort. It's just kind of a nice, peaceful morning.
All right, yeah, he's just gonna chill there, and you know, I'll chime in every now and then when I want to cast it again. But I think for the time being, Raider's just gonna chill on the beach.
Okay, yeah, and as you're kind of doing this, it's not long. The island is not big, and Logos happens to be a skilled hunter. He does return to camp with a freshly slain small deer.
Renwick's definitely going to have breakfast because it might be his last one. But then I think after they're all done cooking and eating, he'll probably just kind of go off on his own a little bit on the shore, not quite at the water's edge, but maybe a good 20 or 30 feet from where the waves are washing up, and just pull out his sword and sit cross-legged in the sand with his sword laid across his lap, and just kind of silently stare off into the water, just kind of scanning, waiting.
Renwick, give me a perception check.
13.
It's a clear sky. And it looks like it's going to be a sunshiny day, similar to how most of your journey has been. Nothing out of the ordinary.
So I woke up a little earlier and I checked the island. Doesn't seem to be anything other than us here and some various wildlife. Doesn't seem anything to be too concerning here.
Yeah, the birds kind of squawk, and you notice the lot of you notice that there are kind of many different colors of birds here. Red ones, green ones, yellow ones, even some flashes of blue and purple can be seen in the wings. Like this is there are quite a bit of tropical birds in and around this island.
What do you think, Captain? Should we try one of these colorful birds?
I mean, I suppose you can ask them, but I don't know how much they're going to know about it being out in the water. I think it's really just going to be a waiting game. This thing said 10 days. It's going to come at some point. You lot should at least enjoy your day on the island while I sit here and wait for it to come. So, maybe get some sunbathing in, stretch your legs. I don't know, maybe climb a couple of trees, find some fresh fruit. Whatever it is you kids do these days. Kind of winks at him.
Giving it today. If
Well-
nothing happens by sunset, just make out because I don't think we'll survive very long on an island.
I mean, we have enough rations to get by, and luckily our friend here has good berries, so ration-wise we'll be okay. But yeah, I think we give it the day, and if we get up at sunrise tomorrow and nothing's happened, then Well, we get back on the water and hope that it's turned its gaze to a different halfling somewhere out on the water.
Well, about food, I do have this deer. I mean, it would last us a couple of days at least, and I am a very skilled hunter. And I mean, I could talk to the birds, but I was asking if you would like to eat one of the colorful ones.
Oh, I mean, I suppose if you're suggesting it more as food and not just chatting with it, then yeah, I mean, by all means, maybe a little tropical bird for lunch. You get some nice fresh fruit, you grill it over the fire, put that on top. It's money.
I'm gonna get to work, trying to cut this deer into good pieces, getting some of the all the good meat and the fat, separating all that stuff. Just skinning it and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me. We'll call it a nature check to kind of carve the good parts off of this deer.
15 plus 1, 16 total.
Yeah, you're pretty quick and efficient about it, and within no time there are several flanks of deer cut out, and it's been skinned and dressed properly and whatnot.
When I was hunting, did I see any like man-made structures? No, like old hut or something like someone had been here previously. Did it look to be pretty barren of life outside of the wildlife here?
As far as you encountered while you were stalking the deer around the island a bit, it seems to just be kind of nature. It's a kind of a dense foliage, thick kind of jungle-like area, but it's not really that big. But it's you didn't encounter anything aside from plants and animals.
Well, I guess I'll just get to work on trying to cook this meat then.
Okay, yeah. As you get to setting up some spigots and things, Blade, where do you think at this point you would have Archie?
Um, Archie would have been. I was meaning to ask this before we left the ship. I was going to see if maybe Logus could maybe take him up to the crow's nest to basically kind of perch him up there to see. But if not, I would probably just at the head of the ship, or yeah.
Oh, you could certainly leave him in the crow's nest. Kind of doing duty up there for sure.
And I got a question on that too. I was looking at the language of the spell, and I know some DMs rule it differently. But with Find Familiar, it basically says like that you can have like basically like telepathic link with them within like 100 feet. But I heard that you can also potentially be able to look through them, but not do an action from further away. I wasn't sure how you wanted to rule that.
We'll say, let's see here. Yeah, I like the thought of being able to do all that. That sounds reasonable to me. I don't have a problem with any of that.
I believe the way that Critical Role does it is you can see and hear through the creature at any given time, but you can only give commands from 100 feet away.
Okay,
which usually like kind of nerfs it a little bit, but not too much. It seems like a pretty good balance.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. We can roll with that.
All right, cool. So yeah, I guess first thing that probably I would do in the morning would be just basically peer through Archie's eyes to see if I could pick up on anything from the boat.
Okay, give me a perception check.
16.
So Archie's just kind of clittering around, chittering here and there, and picking at different things on the boat. A splinter here, maybe like a small bug or something. Just kind of having a pretty pleasant time. And as you're looking through his eyes, one thing he does spot as the sun rises, off in the distance, is a darkening cloud. It looks like a storm far away on the horizon. And as he looks at this storm, you get an overwhelming sense of fear as he retreats back into his shell and just kind of stays there.
Kind of seeing all of this and being aware, seeing this before, Blade will go into complete panic, pretty much snap out of it, and run to Renwick and be like, Archie, he's seen something.
Can Renwick see, now that it's been pointed out, like the dark mass moving?
Oh yeah, you definitely spot a darkness on the horizon, Renwick.
Would I see this too being on the, because I've still just been essentially just kind of meditating on the beach, looking out into the water. Would I have noticed that as well?
Yeah, I mean, once it's pointed out by Blade, he kind of alerts the party to the presence of this, it looks like a looming storm off in the distance.
I think I'd try doing another casting of Divine Sense, then seeing that storm.
Okay, go ahead and give me give me a perception check along with that spell casting.
Alrighty. Not good. That's a 6.
The wind picks up a bit. You can definitely smell the rain on the air. It's definitely a storm is brewing. But as you kind of feel outward, once again, you still nothing nefarious or evil in the general vicinity.
Okay. Yeah, I think Glader would probably turn back around just to make sure that and just look back towards the group to make sure that they've noticed it too. But I'm sure he'd see Blade and Renwick kind of talking about it and looking in that direction. So I think he'd probably just remain sitting there and waiting till maybe seeing if the storm gets closer or something to cast another look.
Okay, yeah, and it's still quite far off, and after maybe an hour or two, the shining sun kind of hides behind a dull gray, dreary kind of sky, and the wind does pick up a bit, and it does slowly begin to rain as the weather slightly worsens. Everybody, go ahead and give me some perception checks.
22.
Not bad.
It's probably my first bad roll of the night. I rolled a 3 plus 10, 13.
12.
17.
11.
Did you say 22 or just 2?
I said 22.
Okay, you and Gladier notice that the wind begins to pick up, and the rain begins to beat harder and harder, and the longer the day goes on, the more intense this storm seems to be. it's beating and battering at the party, and at some point it's almost unbearable. It's to the point where you need to start looking out for flying debris potentially, as this a wind does only seems to get stronger and stronger as the day goes on. It's roaring all around you guys, kind of pushing your gear and hair and cloaks out and whatnot. And you guys are just kind of find yourselves stuck in this incredibly windy, rainy situation.
How many times can you put up this dome of yours, Blade?
Oh, I think with a full day's rest, I can do it up to 3 times.
Oh, right about now might be a good time.
Yeah, you should be completely full then, because you did it before we went to bed, and then we got a full rest. So you should have 3 more for the day. Also, Glader, seeing that it's getting worse and worse, he's gonna stand up, cast Divine Sense one more time, and then run back to the group to try and figure out how we're getting out of the storm.
Glader, give me a perception check as you kind of go and cast this spell.
Much better. Dirty 20.
So once again,
no, I'm
you don't
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
18, not dirty 20. I had the wrong modifier.
So once again, you don't really sense anything malevolent in the area, but as you turn back to reunite with your party, you for sure swear that what you thought were birds at first, they may not have been birds. It's very possible that there are a few sturge in the trees amongst the shoreline that you and your party have chosen to make camp at.
Yeah, he's gonna run up to the group and kind of pretend like he didn't notice the sturge, like not like look at them for too long, and then just run up to the group and keeping his voice low. Like obviously he has to probably speak up a little bit because of the wind and rain and everything, but he's not like yelling super crazy loud. So I think we got some eyes on us. I know some sturge in the trees. Renwick, I think your new friend is gonna be here soon. I mean, the storm probably said that enough, but with the sturge too, I'm certain that he's on his way.
I feel like calling out over the roaring wind. He's like, oh, you think the storm might be an omen?
Okay, no need to get sassy.
I'm sorry, I'm just stressed. You know I don't mean it.
Is there any way we can get out of this rain? Because
Well,
this is really shitty.
if Blade is kind enough, put up another tiny hut. Perhaps you lot should make your way into the hut. You can see out of it, so you can keep an eye on me, and I'll remain out here alone. Something tells me that me hiding's not going to do any good, and it's just prolonging it.
About what time of day is it at this point?
You're looking at roughly noon.
Yeah, I'm sure your tower's not on anymore.
Yeah, no. Well, maybe if it's dark enough.
Well, it's for 12 hours,
Oh yeah, that's right.
and so it might not be. It might be like a 6 to 6 deal.
So Blade will probably, at this point, kind of hearing discussion about the hut, maybe grab some more sand and start to kind of hold it in his hand. Obviously, it's probably some of it's trying to blow away with all the wind and everything, but um, I could kind of see maybe Blade's eyes kind of starting to glow a little bit as he's trying to maybe one more time just look through Archie's eyes to see if there's anything else he can see.
Go ahead and give me another perception check.
14.
From the boat, the wind is rocking it pretty good back and forth, and Archie is having a hard time looking out and seeing things clearly with the wind and the rain and the rocking of the boat. But up on the crow's nest, he does seem to be holding strong. But aside from strong winds and a bit of rain, he doesn't really see much else. But the persistent feeling of fear still connects the two of you through the crab's kind of sixth sense almost.
So kind of upon, having that link and feeling the fear there, I think Blade would kind of, while holding the sand in one hand as much as he can, with the other hand flicking or like snapping his finger to basically temporarily dismiss Archie, to basically get him out of danger so he doesn't feel as afraid anymore if we're going to be going into the hut.
Okay, yeah. And with that, he disappears into an ethereal mist.
Blade will look at the rest of the party and be like, well, should I get this hut up?
Yeah, I
When we
think that
do a
might be a good
spell
idea.
slot, we can hide in there until this whole thing passes, or we get ready for a fight.
With that, Blade will start raising once again, like before, blowing the sand, but probably into his own eyes, but just like trying to basically raise his. I can kind of just see almost like a sand castle coming out of the ground to form a hut.
Yeah, as you kind of summon forth this sand castle, and it manifests from the very sand in front of your guys' eyes. Once again, you have another the safety of this dome to kind of hide within, and the storm kind of rages on as you guys kind of take some protection underneath this dome. And for the next several hours, it is just the beating wind and the rain beating forth, and it is some time, but around what you can presume to be dusk-ish, the winds do finally calm, the rains do finally cease. And with only an hour or two of remaining daylight, you guys are once again kind of left to your own devices. However, you do hear from the jungle what was once squawks and chitters of the many creatures and birds and various wildlife. An all too familiar shriek and scraping and skittering of Sturge.
God, I hate that sound.
Well, Captain, how do you want to play this beast?
Well, and it's gonna send something for me, and I'm gonna have to hear what it has to say. And it's gonna want something, and I don't know what I'm gonna give it, but it's probably best that you lot keep a little bit of different distance between us. Maybe Logus can put everybody inside of his hole. It's usually pretty safe. It'll at least buy you an hour of safety. But I'm gonna stand in the sand and wait for my my fate to find me, I guess.
I don't know. I think we got enough time. Should have enough time on this this hut, and we're protected inside here, and we can see outside of it. So, I mean, we can just run out the clock in the hut and just keep an eye on you.
Well, that's my bad. I didn't know the hut was still up. I've been standing out here in the rain so long I forgot.
Well, with it being dusk now, you could probably give him your castle, and that'll help keep the sturges off. Especially
Yeah,
if they don't like the light.
yeah, it's in his bag of holding. So I think
Yeah.
Renwick is back.
I'll pull the castle out now that it's probably lit. And yeah, that'll be a handy thing to keep around. If you guys are in the hut, then if you don't mind, I'll keep the light out here with me. If anything, it'll make me easier to find, so this will go quicker. Have a nervous laugh.
Yeah, we'll be happy to back you up. Well, when anything shows up, we can spring into action. Things turn to the worst.
So tell me what the party's doing. Are you guys staying in the hut? Are you guys going down to the beach? Are you letting you just kind of tie Renwick to a stake and leave him on the beach for a sacrifice? What's going on?
I'm gonna cast Charm Person on Runwick and tell him it's a good idea to go into the water. I assumed that we were all gonna stand side by side together, or are we hiding while he faces it alone?
I wasn't going to ask you to face this thing alongside me. I'm not going to make that choice for you. I was offering you shelter, and I'd be nearby in case anything happens. But I don't know what's coming, and I can't ask anybody to put themselves in that sort of danger.
Well, I
And
feel like Deer kind of owes you for you helping him kill a queen and all. And I mean, we've stuck beside each other this whole time. It'd be kind of silly to start separating us now, especially in a time where we don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, I mean, yeah, man, I agree. My plan was to sit in the hut like 15 feet away from him, or 20 feet away from him, and then the moment this thing comes out, if it makes any sort of hostile action, we get the jump on it because it doesn't realize we're here. Kind of like a little ambush situation in case things turn sour.
Lord Crystal just comes stand by Renwick, you know? All my life growing up, all I did was see people cower from problems. I cowered from problems. I'm tired of that shit. I got darkness in my life. I got darkness in my blood. Bring this asshole on and let's get this over with.
He'll reach out and give you the forearm handshake and a wink. And well, anybody that wants to stand or stay with me in the light is more than welcome to. And anybody that'd rather feel safer at the tiny hut as a backup, you won't be judged. But
Just remember, if you can convince Blade to stand with you, everybody else has to because the hut disappears once he leaves.
that is fair. I suppose this entire plan does ride on Blade.
Well,
What say
actually,
you, Blade?
wait a sec. This is actually a new strategy. What if Locris and I stand by Renwick, and then Blade and Logus stay inside the hut because they can fire. I mean, they can't use magic from within the hut, but they can still. It'll keep them protected and hidden in case we need to get into a fight. Logus can. I could be wrong, but I think you can. I think Logus should be able to shoot his arrows from inside the hut, maybe? Or is that not right?
Well, if anything, I can always just pop out a shot, but I feel like if things are gonna go south, then I think it's I think the hut will drop because
All creatures and objects are barred from passing through it, so you couldn't like sit in there and shoot you. Never mind. I thought maybe you
yeah.
could use
Plus,
it as like you'd be
Blade
like,
is gonna have to get up and to help y'all out and stuff if stuff pops off.
yeah. I mean, for you guys to do any of us to do anything, we'd have to leave the hut. So I feel like there's kind of, unless you want to try and get the jump on them, there's really no point in any of us staying in the hut.
I don't know about y'all, but picking a fight with a Kraken isn't high up on my list. Perhaps we should see what the hell the thing wants, and it seems willing to leave us alone. I think wasting the hut right now, not really do much for us.
Well, it's not wasting the hut. If it's been close to dusk, so about 7 hours from the noon he spent it, there's only an hour left on the hut. Blade would have to recast it for another 8 hours.
I mean, I think maybe Lokris and I and Renwick stand outside, right outside the hut, waiting for whoever it is to come, and then Logus and Blade can kind of stay in there to potentially get the drop on them. They might be overly confident if they see 3 of us instead of 5 of us. Actually, 6 of us, because totally forgot fucking Arthur is with us. So yeah.
Honestly, I think this thing's going to be overly confident if there was 10 of us.
Fair. Yeah, I mean, like, we can keep the hut up as long as we can keep it up, but I don't think there'd be a point in casting it again, wasting the spell slot and all that stuff.
It's kind of it's kind of on Blade.
Yeah,
Excuse me. As the dusk kind of approaches, you kind of got to make the call. Do you burn another spell slot for another 8 hours in the hut, or do you just let it fade and kind of move on from there?
The way I kind of envisioned it was, I can see the party all talking, and Blade would approach, kind of walking away from the hut. And when that, in doing so, the hut collapses pretty much. Blade says, we can't keep running from this thing. And, we've got each other, and we need to stick up for one another. And, there's no running from this thing. So we may as well do what Lokris said and stick up to this thing and, fight it.
If it comes to a fight, I mean, talk first, kill later.
And you're telling me that?
Well, yeah, I'll happily kill anything I know I could kill. This is a little bit more questionable.
Yeah. So Blade will not be recasting.
Okay, so as night kind of presses on and you guys find yourself waiting along the beach, you for sure notice an increased presence of sturge. Everywhere you look in the inland, every piece of vegetation, many tree branches are all swarming dark shadows of sturge. And as the sun officially dips over the horizon, the mood kind of sombers. They become more chipper, more squawky. You notice their beady red eyes gazing hungrily at the party. And once again, a slow drizzle is accompanied by loud cracks of lightning and thunder. As you guys kind of just begin to feel this storm coming on, with a loud boom, a crack of thunder erupts, and you see the Dawn Treader, only 100 yards or so from your very position, is slowly but slowly but in a soft, like jerking motion, it looks to be rising out of the water. And as you kind of behold this, a very large single tentacle wraps around the Dawn Treader 3 separate times and lifts it high into the air, hundreds of feet, dripping water down upon you as it, slowly rains. And then with another flash of lightning, standing before you on the beach is a familiar man, pale, barefoot, wearing little more than a loincloth and a ragged shirt, wrinkly and pruny, and upon his shoulders sits, nothing more than a mane of, tangled seaweed. And he just kind of stands there before you all on the beach. One thing you notice different about this particular encounter than the last is trailing behind this being. It looks to be another very large, very long tentacle, wrapped ever so gingerly around this being's neck, but juts backward from it into the sea behind him. So you see the Dawn Treader being held aloft and with one tentacle, and this being with a tentacle wrapped around its neck stands before you on the beach. And without saying nothing, it takes a single step forward and raises both of its hands, outstretches them expectingly.
Real quick, is it within 60 feet? Or, I'm sorry, can I tell if it's like relatively within 60 feet?
Yeah, he's definitely approached the party at this point. You're maybe 30 feet total.
I cast Divine Sense again.
Okay.
Use this fucking spell.
Hit me with the language of Divine Sense one more time.
As an action, you can detect good and evil until the end of your next turn. You can sense anything affected by the Hallow spell, or know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
You get an overwhelming sense of evil coming from this being.
So I'm guessing it's probably fiend or undead. For sure not fucking celestial.
It's not any of those in particular, but it is a being of vast evil, ancient power, and it does radiate a sort of divine evil energy. With its hands outstretched, it takes a more aggressive, more firm step. And as it does, the pop of the ankle and then of the knee, as things jerky, odd movements. But it does take another step closer and holds forth its hands once again.
Well, I can't say the last guy seemed to be connected to a tentacle, but perhaps if you ease those tentacles up a little bit, he could speak to us. Just trying to, stone cold not be terrified by this thing.
As you kind of address it, something else happens that didn't quite before. Underneath this massive moss and seaweed upon this guy's face or on his shoulders, 2 red beacons begin to glow where you could only imagine eyes before. And in a much different voice, kind of echoes forth from this being. And it once again takes another step forward as it begins speaking. So, You have met my emissary, and I take it I have been more than generous with the time. Tribute to me must now be paid. What do you offer, Renwick Turner? This creature kind of steps forward again, becoming quite close. You're about 15 feet from this creature at this point.
Glader's gonna quickly put his hand on Renwick's shoulder and give it a squeeze, and like a little flash of radiant energy goes over his body. I'm gonna do a protection of evil and good. And I just put the language of the spell in there. Lasts for 10 minutes, and it's concentration. Yes, concentration. 10 minutes.
Gladier, as you cast a spell on Renwick, an eruption from the ocean happens. Another tentacle comes gliding with a speed that you cannot even fathom, and it plows through not only the land but the jungle behind you and encircles the entire party in nothing but a 30-foot wall of massive tentacle. It, like a bulldozer, it crushed trees and moved earth alike. You guys now stand within a circle, completely surrounded by 30-foot walls in all directions of nothing but a writhing purple suction cup filled tentacle, as this being kind of stares on at you and takes yet another step closer to Renwick. What do you offer, Renwick Turner?
I've nothing to offer you. I've already offered you my most valuable possession. What is it that you want? Why is it that you come for me?
What I want is not your immediate concern, but why I come for you is simple. I need to know what it is the mortal races here in the material plane are doing. Long have I reigned in the abyss and in the ocean plane, strong and without much in the way of natural predators or adversaries. I had done away with most of them, but no, recently, an adversary I thought long vanquished returned to my plane and took back their territories, carving it from my own empire, and there was naught I could do. You, Renwick Turner, and your other beings that cling to your greatness, it seems. You are the reason the Aboleth was freed. You somehow set this creature upon me, and though it has been trapped in the material plane for thousands of years, it came back with powers tenfold than what it left. I seek these powers, Renwick, and you are going to help me get them. Now, what do you offer?
First off, my bad. In our defense, did not know that you guys were enemies, and that's on us. All I can offer you is I suppose my assistance in returning you, hopefully, to your plane and your territory, and wronging what we've accidentally done to you. But as I said, I've nothing to offer. Nobody here has done anything, and I'll take whole responsibility for everything that's happened and for your territory. I can, in exchange for your mercy, I could agree to aid you and hopefully return what it is that's been taken from you.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check, Renwick.
Ooh, 24.
The creature steps forward once again, now only 5 feet from you, and once again, as it speaks, water drips down this beast's chest from this seaweedy mass, and the glowing deep inlet eyes continue to kind of burn with like an emerald light. And it says to you, well, in return for your lives and your ship, I would have you owe me a favor, Renwick, to be called in at a later time, a time of my choosing, rather. And until then, I will use your presence to learn what I can of those you encounter. And I will let you live alongside your allies for now. What say you?
Are you saying you'll spare us in exchange for a favor, which I assume the way you work, you won't be telling me about it, and I'm not gonna like it. And you're somehow gonna use me as your eyes on the material plane. What exactly do you mean by that?
You will be my eyes and ears on the material plane until the favor is completed, as a way of ensuring you don't just scamper off, and as I can find and know where you are, no matter on the land or the sea. But yes, you are a little wiser than you look. I assure you, you will not like what I have in store for you.
Well, I'm assuming the only alternative here is that you crush my party, my ship, and I. So it's not like you're giving me much of a choice. You'll have your favor, and my friends will have their lives. But when you call that favor in, this is done.
Aye. So, do we have a deal then? And it goes from having its hands outstretched, like expecting you to put something in them, and kind of it extends a hand to like shake as if making a deal.
And he'll sheath his rapier and step forward away from the party and give the forearm handshake. This creepy fucking emissary. It's making my skin crawl.
As you go to give this emissary the handshake, once again, as kind of how you had seen before, the emissary seems to, the being seems to collapse almost from exhaustion, just falls to the floor like almost like a lifeless rag doll, and it happens so swiftly that the being drops, and what you actually shake, Renwick, is the tentacle itself. And as you do, you feel a tingle in your hand that jolts up your arm, and it's suddenly very, very painful. And Renwick, as you look down at your hand after have shaken and making this deal with the Kraken, all of the bones in your right hand have now melded into nothing. And you, looking down at your right hand, are looking upon a tangled mass of tentacles. With that, The kraken withdraws its tentacle from the beach with a rapid pace and gently sets the John Shredder down upon the water, and the sturge erupt in a fluttering of wings and scatter themselves to the four corners.
I just want to make sure that I heard that right. My right hand is now tentacles.
Correct. There are no more bones in your right hand. As you look upon it, you are looking upon a twisting mass of tentacles.
Jesus fucking Christ. That's so cool and so terrifying. What the fuck, Sean? Does the searing pain like subside after it?
Eventually,
Like,
yes, and
okay.
as you kind of would be able to flex your hand, you are now, it's just tentacles now. It's a little more flexible, but still, for all intensive purposes, is your functioning hand.
And I imagine he kind of drops to his knees in the sand in like astonishment, and kind of left hand holding his right forearm, just looking at his hand, and just a look of sheer, like, this weird mix of panic and relief and like pure horror, and is like just completely awestruck. I don't think he has words. Like, he's just trying to process like what's happened as he stares at his tentacle hand.
And slowly but surely, the sounds of the jungle kind of come back. The birds chirp and the critters chitter. The night just kind of carries on with a silent breeze as the ocean kind of crashes upon the beach, and you are all left with just this kind of sense of awe as the look around you at the massive rivet in the earth that this thing made in seconds with just a single tentacle. Like the work of 1,000 bulldozers all at once. Like, it basically completely decimated the island you guys are standing on. It is not, it is maybe a third of the size it was before you guys landed.
I have a lot of questions here. That was fucking two fucking weird things to happen to us within 2 days. Also, your hand, Renwick. Um, the fuck?
Yeah, he didn't exactly clarify that I was going to lose my fucking hand. Didn't really see that coming. I figured the favor was bad enough.
Ah, does it hurt? What the fuck are you going to do? Can you hold your sword?
Oh, it was a searing pain as it happened, but it's subsided now. It's as if I can move it like it's always been that way. And he'll reach down and wrap the tentacles around the hilt of his rapier and pull it out and kind of flourish it a little bit and see if it still feels natural in his new hand.
It's different in a sense that while you grip it firmly and are still able to maneuver the rapier, it's different in a sense that the tentacles act almost as scent would, as well as taste buds. It's more like you can smell and taste the grip you put upon it. It is a bit different, but it's pretty standard. It doesn't hinder your ability to use the weapon or anything.
So you can smell and taste through your tentacle?
I'm gonna do some weird stuff.
What about when you wipe your ass?
I'll just use my left hand.
Are you ambidextrous?
Oh, I'm gonna fucking learn. I mean, I'm pretty dexterous.
Let me see.
It's
I'm gonna
definitely
try
gonna
to
be an
throw a rock.
adjustment. I think
I'm
I'm
gonna try to
just
throw
gonna
a
get a
rock at his
glove
left
that
hand.
tastes really well. Did you
I'm
say
gonna
you're
try to
throwing
throw
a
like a
rock
rock.
at my?
Yeah, and like make him try to catch it with his left hand.
I mean, I'll roll for it. Is it just dexterity check?
Oh yeah, dex check to see if you can catch left
With
hand.
this with disadvantage because he's primarily right-handed.
Oh, that's
I rolled a
a
natural 20 for my throw.
would have been a 24, but with disadvantage, it was a 17.
You kind of bumble it, but you managed to pull it down. It was a pretty good throw, but you know, it was a rough. It was a rough catch. It wasn't pretty, but you pull it off.
That's not a bad start considering I mean, I've only been doing this for a couple minutes. I'll work this out. It's not the worst thing, right? Like we've all still get air at our lungs and a ship on the water. Um, that's the most horrifying thing that's ever happened to me. I'm speechless. I'm glad that you lot are safe. I'm sorry that you were here for that. I didn't want that.
As you kind of say that, you look about, and it looks to be like he didn't remove the body. The body that was essentially being used as the emissary seems to be have left on the beach, though it's just there's no any like loot or anything. He did for sure leave this carcass upon the beach. Looks to be dead for some time and wearing some tattered clothes and things.
Goddamn tourists leaving their trash all over our world.
You know, you'd think it'd be reusable. I mean, he's already used it twice, I guess, but I don't know. I mean, it's got the whole aesthetic. He's gonna have to find a new body. It's it's the whole thing.
And as you kind of say that, Renwick, you hear Arthur kind of behind you. Yeah, the price was double. Remember? And as you kind of look back, you see that Arthur's not looking so good. He's looking really pale and has begun to grow different strains of seaweed, or his hair, what little hair grew, is now slowly becoming plant life. And as he speaks to you, water seems to spill out of his mouth and down his chest. He kind of looks at you horrified, like not knowing what to do.
Renwick like throws down his rapier and just like runs over to Arthur, and I imagine is just like trying to like brush the like seaweed away and like tear at it and be like, no, no, this wasn't supposed to happen. We had a deal. He backed down. We changed the deal, and he's like trying to pull it away as it's happening in real time.
Just kind of slowly manifests, and slowly but surely, Arthur's face is, not quite entirely at the moment, but it looks to have, been, it's turning green. It's growing plant life where, his beard, his eyebrows, his hair, and it's growing at an exponential rate. It might take a couple of days, but at the rate it's going, even with ripping it out and cutting it off, it just slowly continues to grow, and it'll probably be it'll be a couple of days before it looks to consume his whole head, but it does grow at an exponential rate.
Chris is going to try both dispel magic and remove curse.
On who?
Arthur.
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
18.
As you kind of work your magics, you get a real good sense that this is something a high level cleric would have to attend to. This is something, as far as you know, inescapable aside from high level divine magics or possibly like a wish spell.
We got to get his ass to Hero's Perch now.
Well, then there's no time to waste, and the least of our worries is already gone away. We can get back on the water. We have to go. We have to go now. And he's gonna like basically start screaming at everybody to like get moving and try to rush and save Arthur.
So, DM, you said it was like from the rate it is growing. It looks like, or if maybe I can do a check to see exactly how long, like before it totally consumes him,
Go ahead and give me like a medicine check.
and then also like, I guess
Can I
maybe
help
this.
him with that?
I'm also curious, like if this completes, do I get the sense that it would kill him and then he is taken over telepathically by the Kraken, like the other one, like the other body was?
So for that one, give me a religion check.
Well,
Do you
I'll
want
do
me
medicine.
to roll
I got a
medicine?
13. I got 13 plus 4 for medicine for 17.
Okay. So, all right. So medicine was, I got a 14 plus 1, so 15 for medicine, and then religion. God, rolled well. Rolled garbage for religion. I don't get anything for, that's a 2.
So with the two of you combined, you kind of you assess that you could potentially trim his like growing algae and seaweed hair and keep it out of his face and from covering him
Is-
entirely. But you know, it is going to take probably a couple of days for it to become like this seaweed like mane that you had seen on the previous emissary.
We can trim his growing bush.
True that.
And just to be clear, does it look like it's replacing his head or it is growing out of his head?
It's growing out of his head, you know, what seems to start with hair follicles, you know, and you take care to cut them and keep them short. It looks like slowly even his pores begin springing different branches of seaweed.
Okay, and the kind of vibe that we felt from the past two emissaries is that, did we get the feeling that they were dead bodies being controlled by the Kraken?
You would know from your ability to sense the undead, and you had kind of casted it, that at the time you casted that spell, the body was not dead.
Okay, so it's just they don't die, they just get taken over. Okay, never mind, that changes my plan a bit. Alright, so he's just gonna fucking throw Arthur over his shoulder and then just start trucking down towards the rowboats, I guess, and like putting them over there, then like maybe helping pack up the camp that we've set up and get this all, like, get us ready to go as quickly as possible.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the party makes haste, especially with Renwick busting your guys' balls. You guys make it back to the rowboats, uncover them from the camouflage, and make your way safely back aboard the Dawn Treader in only a few short moments. as you guys kind of take your breath back aboard deck, back aboard the Dawn Shredder. What is the point of origin now?
On towards Heroes Perch, I believe, right, Captain?
Yeah, we're rushing to Hero's Perch.
Beelining.
Okay, yeah. As you guys make the boat ready and get the wind in the sails, the creak of the wood and the splash of the ocean just kind of surround you as you guys kind of take off into the rising sunlight. And I think that is where we're going to have to end our session, boys.
Oh shit!
John, what in the
So far-
absolute fuck?
So
Tentacle
far,
hand?
Renwick's fucking arc is fucked, man.
Jesus. And to think that I'm pretty sure my prompt was basically just like my dad left one day, took the boat, we don't know where he went, there's no note, I need to find him. And now this? Holy shit.
But when you were describing the scene of like the tentacle lifting up, like the storm, and then the tentacles lifting up the ship, and then it wraps all around us, like I legitimately got chills, and like
Yeah,
not the
dude.
good chills. Like I was like, "Fuck!" Actually felt a little scared, even though I'm not even like this is make believe.
Seriously,
Make
like
believe, dude. These characters are a part of us. Like,
Yeah,
I
man,
legitimately care about Logus, man. Like, I don't want him to die from a fucking kraken.
I'm right there with you, dude. I am fucking terrified for Renwick. I'm terrified for me. This is a lot to take in.
Yeah, Logus is about like 5 seconds away of asking Locris if he wants to find a way to the shadow plane.
Yeah, I just pissed off a queen. You're pissing off a fucking monstrosity from the water plane.
I don't even know what I did to piss it off. It just came for me and was like, I demand tribute. It's like, but why?
You know
Give me what I want. What do you want? Give it. Like, are you my wife trying to discuss dinner? I mean, give me a damn clue.
Here's my sword, my family heirloom.
Give me
Nope.
what's precious to you. Okay.
Well, like I honestly, I should have just turned around and been like, I mean, I really like everybody in this group, so just take one of them. We could have he would have taken Gladeer and Alec would have got a second arc and we would have had a super extended campaign.
Yeah, I mean, Gladier's already seen his arc through. It was really, I mean, he's kind of useless going forward.
Wow.
And he's the most prone to sinking, so I mean, it'd be easy for the Kraken to just like knock him off the boat, let him sink down. He wouldn't even have to work for it.
You guys have no idea how much drama and hit points you saved yourself by having that encounter on land. I was really hoping to catch you guys at sea with that. It would have got real crazy.
Yeah,
I
that's
had that
exactly.
feeling. That's why we just looked for fucking land.
Yeah, that would have been even more terrifying.
They had 2 memorable ass quotes for me, dude. The fucking blade, for what I don't know, I don't know. Like, that shit had me cracking up off my.
That was great.
And then Gladiator being racist was also funny and shit.
Okay, I wasn't being racist. Also, I'm fucking white, so I feel like it's okay if I call someone a cracker.
The terrifying cracker. Dude, that shit had.
I'm probably the whitest person you know.
I made a deal with the terrifying Cracker, and now I have a tentacle hand. What have I done?
Well,
Fucking crackers, dude. They always fuck you up.
They ruin everything. God damn it.
well, there you go, Renwick. Welcome to the Warlock Club.
Hey, you're about to have a fucking patron.
Yeah, so I mean, Chris, you called it last week, but I mean, basically, I do plan to go down the Warlock route at some point. I just didn't expect it to manifest so quickly. I was going to take it at level 8 because I want evasion at level 7, but narratively, I might have to kneecap myself with no evasion and take Warlock first.
Is it the aberration subclass Or the Fiend, right? Would it be the Fiend?
I'm not
Or the
sure.
Patron?
I'm gonna have to look into it more.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, unless you do genie specifically.
Or Celestial?
I wouldn't say. I think the closest thing that a Kraken would probably be an aberration,
That makes sense.
but I don't think it's technically classed as an aberration. I think it's just a monstrosity.
So, Sean, is
Pretty
this
much it gives you the power.
since we survived an encounter with the Kraken with no damage, is this a level up point?
I wouldn't say you survived until Renwick takes that level of Warlock whenever he does. There's going to be some favors called in later on in various levels, I assume. But for the time being, you guys are going to have to squeeze in one more session before we get anywhere level-wise.
That's fair.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
You getting it? You gotta try.
Yeah,
See,
it'd probably be the Fathomless. You have plunged into a pact with the deeps, an entity of the ocean, the elemental plane of water.
that's exactly it.
Oh man, you did some homework. Nice.
Well, I am subscribed basically to Wikidot. It is the best wiki source for all your D&D content.
So, after Renwick had kind of mentioned maybe wanting a level in Warlock, Logos had rolled out the random encounter of the Kraken's emissary. So I was like, fucking sweet timing. I'm just going to roll with that and use it narratively. So that's where we are.
You should look at it too, Dakota. You get some nice stuff. I mean, at first level.
Dakota was all like, hey, I'm maybe kind of sort of thinking about going Warlock. And in my brain, I'm like, okay, this arc is getting dark as fuck right now.
I'm so glad it just like happened that way because it's gonna be dark as fuck and awesome. I'm also completely terrified.
The fucking
Yeah, it would make sense since you have a fucking tentacle hand now. I'm also
sucks.
excited to level up because at level 2 Druids get their wild shape and I can start doing some silly shit. Turn into a piranha and fight the Kraken or something.
No, you should turn into an angry goose.
I want to turn into a Canadian goose to be exact.
Yeah,
Well, that's just silly. You'd be a silly goose.
Oh man, this fucking session, man. Not a like it was a like not a lot really happened, but at the same time, a lot happened.
Yeah.
All right, fellas. Well, I'm going to take off. Keep in touch on the socials, man. Let's do this again soon, yeah?
And just a reminder, the new episode of Monsters and Mythos drops at midnight tonight. It'll be Harpies.
Oh, hey, speaking of, I was going to kind of try to poll you guys a little bit now that I remember. You guys got any preference on, say, like critters in like the monster manual? We got a handful of episodes done, but you guys have like I don't know, we're looking for something popular people would want to have an interest in or something, kind of. I don't know. I'm a little bit buzzed now. I can't use my words real good.
Man, I'm buzzing too because I'm off tomorrow. But something that's pretty simple and fascinating would be zombies. If y'all haven't done it already. Because y'all can kind of go through.
Not done zombies. We just we have harpies and halflings coming out next, and then we just finished up the Tarask and goblins.
Anything from the Fae realm would be interesting because I feel like there's a lot of Fae mythology.
Chris loves Fae. I heard about that last session or two we recorded. He loves them so much.
I think anything in like Fae mythology would be pretty cool.
Anything in what mythology?
Like the Fae, there's a lot of mythology in the dealing with the Fae, like especially with like Norse and
well, the goblins are Fae, and so But yeah, you still have elves, dwarves,
Pixies.
fairies. Pixie is a type of fairy. Brownies. So I would say if it was fairy, elf, dwarf, or gnome. But gnome is just like under that same damn umbrella.
Yeah, I mean, I think like fairies and stuff would be interesting because there's a lot of like real world mythologies to do with fairies, and then there's obviously the whole Feywild.
Well,
D&D.
there's still people who believe in fairies. In fact, one idea is that UFO slash aliens are actually fairies, and ghosts are actually fairies. Because ghosts did not interact with the human world, but fairies do. So you might have ghost spirits. However, it's the fairies doing all the stuff. Like I listen to a lot of folklore and shit, so.
I think that
I
would be
haven't been on a I haven't been on a D&D listening bench with like Critical Role. I've been listening to Monster Talk and the Folklore podcast.
nice.
Yeah, I feel like elves is another one, kind of like zombies, where they're like in kind of the mainstream zeitgeist, like, and they cover like such a wide range where you can talk about movies, you can talk about where the origins of zombies, and the same with elves and how they're very prominent, like Lord of the Rings and stuff like that, and that older like storytelling. Or
Yeah, but
even
like
you might as well
we'll
cover
get
Sturgis
through
now.
uh would if there was folklore on it, but with the Fae, like we're going to get through them all. But what I found doing goblins is you have a blanket where it's like this, and then it gets into a lot of specifics, but it also includes the generic. So it's like, okay, this is a story that claims it's this, but then you find it elsewhere and it's a more specific type of fairy. And like, yeah, there's a lot to it, but my God, just parsing it out, selecting crap, it just gets to, it really can be a headache.
Oh,
You can even do. No, go ahead.
changelings. I think it would be a cool one too because there's some like folklore on changelings stealing babies and taking their place, and then there's also changelings in D&D.
Or like even
Well, and,
skinwalkers would kind of be a changeling to
and
kind
in
of.
reality, people have killed their children and wives
Yeah,
over changelings, and they thought that it's actually like kids who end up being autistic or something, as they get older, their minds change, and that could have been
Hold on.
thing that created
Listen,
changelings.
you can even do I don't know how to say. Is it lich?
Lich.
Yeah, lich. Even cover Vecna, since that's kind of
Well,
in the zeitgeist too.
yeah, but the thing is finding enough real world examples
Yeah,
because that's the whole point is the folklore and mythology from our world crossing over into D&D. So there's a lot of creatures we could pull from the book, but can I find real world examples to actually
I wonder if
talk
there's
for
any
more than
real
2
world
minutes?
examples of a lich.
Because that's what we ran into with tieflings is, there's not a lot of real world for the tiefling specific.
Yeah.
yeah.
Interesting, though. Interesting.
Yeah.
I do. I'm gonna take a couple notes, but if you guys think of something like an episode of like or a creature that would be interesting, shoot us a line or something. We're always kind of brainstorming on stuff, but I'm gonna take off, fellas. I will talk to you guys on the socials. Keep in touch. We'll do this again soon.
All right, yeah. Could you guys?
We'll see y'all later.
Take it easy, guys. I'm gonna go have tentacle nightmares.
Bye.